Good morning and welcome to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I am Tom Connors. With me, as always, is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining us today as well on this lovely Monday. At least it is pretty lovely here in Norway. Individual experiences may differ.
And we also have the voice of Midnight's Edge, Rob.
Yeah, how's it going, everybody? Narrate supremely narrating. I'm curious, what highway is that we see in that footage? I mean, it's just...
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know.
Because traffic doesn't move that freely where I am.
I just found it and used it.
Okay.
You ask too many questions. And speaking of questions, we have the Echo Base Network guys here to talk to today. We have Coach and we have Nick. How you doing?
We are great. Thank you guys for having us. We're very excited to be here with you.
Yep. Good to be here. Thanks for having us on.
Always glad to have you with us. And we also got some love from the chat already this morning. We got a super sticker from Mags already. Thank you so very much. Did we get any before the show started? I see another one here.
We did. But we'll bring up the one on screen that you have.
Well, we got Larry sent us a $3 super sticker.
I feel like Jerry Lewis right now during the telethon. You know, people are coming in. You know, we're putting up the results on the big board. You know,
come on, people, give to the kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you call the number at the bottom of your screen.
And then we have a Gaijin Grimpora who sent us $20 saying, "Hey guys, how's it going? I gotta say, it's been nice having you guys to listen to every day at work. Makes dropping off packages a lot easier when I have something consistent I can listen to for an extended period of time." Oh, I thank you for listening, and we're so glad that we're able to provide some kind of entertainment in your dropping off packages. It's great with some podcasting, isn't it? But yeah, thank you for choosing us.
Where would we be without unlimited data plans? Really, that's what I want to know.
Unlimited data plans rule.
They certainly do. That should be the standard. Don't you hear?
And before that, Kit Kat reminds us for 50 British pounds. So Thank you so much. And the reminder is happy birthday to William Shatner, born March 22nd, 1931.
That's right.
90 years old, still racing and riding horses, witty and charming, very much loved. Will celebrate his 100th birthday. Yes, fingers crossed for that. I would love to do a 100th celebration for the great William Shatner.
He looks terrific for 90.
He hasn't aged since he was 75.
No.
I thought it was funny because I thought that he honestly thought that he aged like crap between the original series and the movies and over the course of the movies. But then he reached a point where he just kind of stopped. And he looks every single bit as spry now as he did when I saw him, when was that? 12 years ago? Yeah.
Well, Andre, we have William Shatner. Let's ask him. William Shatner, what's your secret to aging?
Well, apparently it's riding horses.
I don't age. That's my secret.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, William Shatner.
And Calgon.
Moving on from there, we also got an early super chat from Planar Aspect, who says for $10, original Justice League felt like getting kicked of a ride in progress. Very happy to have the movie and soundtrack I always wanted. Restoring this universe is a very tall order, but I would welcome the effort. With that, also would like to say greetings to everyone else who's joining us here in the chat. We have Silver Nova here. We have House Atreides here. Where's House Harkonnen? They really should be here too if the Atreides is here. We have Darth Cerebrus is here. Oh, House Atreides even sent us a super chat. Saying, "Hail all! Started watching Buck Rogers' 25th Century again. To my surprise, it's still entertaining. Erin Gray is very nice in her skin-tight jumpsuit."
Oh, you had to bring up Erin Gray. That was my first boy-girl thing. Really. That was the first time I said, I don't know what this means, but I like her. And I...
Yeah.
Okay, Rob.
Any of you guys familiar with Buck Rogers in the 25th century?
Of course.
Of course.
I watched it when I was a kid with my dad, along with Battlestar Galactica and TOS. But I haven't seen Buck Rogers in, good God, decades.
And my brother Dave met Erin Gray at a convention, actually. So
cool.
yeah, he said she was so sweet and she was very nice. The only thing she didn't quite understand how to do conventions. She didn't have a table. She was just kind of walking around. He was the one you gotta have a table. Erin Gray, Buck Rogers. He offered to buy her a drink and she said, "Oh no, thank you, that's okay." So rejected by Erin Gray. It's not bad.
I got
Well, at least
rejected
you
by
tried.
Charles Barkley.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah,
It's just terrible.
And then Roger Haynes sent us a thumbs up super sticker, and Larry also sent us another Green Man thumbs up super sticker, and Mags sent us a heart super sticker. Polaris Sucks says for $2 Canadian. Hello, Tom and gang. Thanks for the great content. Oh, you're welcome. And Hyper Guyver 2 says, Hail Midnight's Edgelords. I love that the success of the Snyder Cut is proving to be a collective nut punch to the executives at Warner that blocked this. Yeah, hold that thought, because we are going to get into whether or not that actually happened before long. And let's see what we can bring up on screen here. Mexican Iron Man says for $9.99. Besides wrenching, I'm here for my Rob Mexican music and to watch the three of you stream with Nick and Coach for a minimum of 6 hours today. We can do it. P.S. No words. Hail Midnight's Edge. Oh,
We're
yeah,
not
well,
on Echo Base.
Cleared your schedule.
I can say piss, shit, fuck all I want.
No.
No.
So the music is actually for the night show, for the evening show. So
I think we could get away with it if you got your sounds up.
No, actually, I don't have it. So I have the kazoo,
figured
but that's
that,
for the night show too. So
No, you're not doing it in kazoo form.
There you go. It's the best I can do right now.
Well, we'll find the Mexican theme and get much use of that later on. And then we have someone new here today, Muhammad Gakaya. I'm sorry if I messed that up. I think the name looks Turkish to me.
Gakaya.
If it's not, I apologize for that too. But in Invent, he says, the title got me incredibly excited. I clicked immediately. I don't even know you guys. Well, hopefully you'll stay and you'll come to know us a little bit better. In any case, thanks for hopping in and welcome. And we'll get into the topic of the video presently.
Rob and I will be the ones that you won't like by the time we start talking. Just so you know.
We also have someone else new here. Simon Lakin says, hello there. This is my first Midnight Edge live stream.
Wow.
I subscribed on recommendation from Echo Base Network. Oh, well, thank you, and also good timing that you come today when the Echo Base guys are here. So maybe that's not a coincidence.
Don't judge us on their. Don't judge them on our behalf. That's what I was going to say.
Hail Simon.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what else we have that we have to address. Oh, Stephen Otten says, hail Midnight's Edge. Panel wrenches. Indeed, hail to the wrenches. And everyone in the chat, happy birthday to William Shatner, the best captain ever. I think that we can all say after we have seen Star Trek Picard that the answer of who was the best captain has in retrospect been solved once and for all. So
I'm trying to block that out from my memory, Andre. I'm trying to block
was a debate.
I'm afraid there was, but Alex Kurtzman settled that debate for us.
Yeah, he did. If he deserves credit for something, it's that he settled the debate of who is best once and for all. Echo guys, who is the better captain, Shatner or Picard?
Shatner.
Shatner.
All day long.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Drew with Comics Elite sends in $4.99. Says, after reading the original Justice League sequel plans on Bleeding Cool with Jim Lee's storyboard art, I don't believe the fans would have liked this. That's something I think we're going to get into.
Yeah, we are. We will get into that presently. But before that, though, Roger Haynes says, I can't bring it up on screen anymore because the chat flew by too quickly. But he said, for $2 Canadian, Shatner looks younger than Stewart. LOL. Yeah, he actually does now.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Aging, doing that series, doing the Picard series aged him. It really did. Dear God,
all
what
that
are you
white
doing
guilt.
here?
Picard didn't spend as much time in the Nexus as Shatner did. It kept him young.
Yeah, evidently. Yeah. And Matt M says, need your take on Falcon saying, I don't play with these white folks. In Falcon plus Winter Soldier, episode 1, at the 30 minutes timestamp. No SJWs complaining. Wonder why. Gentlemen, have any of you seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier yet?
I did.
Was it
I
any
watched
good?
it. I actually liked it. I thought it was fine. I did not catch that line in the episode though. I might have been trying to make my dog stop freaking.
It's at 33 minutes and 30 seconds in, according to Matt M. So,
I'll have to go back and watch it again. But
that's odd
yeah.
timing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess 1 second is as good as any other. But yeah, Coach, did you get to see it yet?
I have not, and I'm not sure when I will. To be honest, it's not too high up there on my list of priorities at the time.
It's the only thing I think I saw trending less this weekend than the Snyder Cut. But anyway, we'll get into that.
Yeah. And clearly, unless Rob has a surprise in store for me, none of us have seen it either. We really should have, and we'll probably get around to it. But really, I don't care. I couldn't care less about it, because to me that series is a Batman without Batman series, same as Gotham and Batwoman, and I just don't care.
It's like I keep saying, all the heavy hitters are gone now, and we're left with the practice squad.
Yeah,
pretty much. And then before we get into the main topic of today, we also had, let's see, I think there was one that we missed. Yeah, Polaris Sucks says, hello Tom and gang, thanks for the great content. Yeah, no, we actually got that one. Yeah, then I think we are mostly caught up, sufficiently caught up at least, that we should be able to dive into the main content of today. And of course, there are a couple of more super chats, and we'll get into all of them. But without further ado, let's get into the Snyder Cut and how successful it has been. At least how successful it allegedly has been. We don't have any hard data just yet. But what is worth noting is that Small Screen on March 18th, which would be the day of the release of the Snyder Cut, they published an exclusive scoop saying that Zack Snyder was offered exclusivity deals with both Netflix and HBO Max. Reportedly, according to this scoop, because the people at AT&T, the HBO Max guys, they were super happy and super excited with the Snyder Cut, so they want him to continue the Snyder-verse. Whereas the Netflix people are reportedly, according to this article, super excited about his zombie movie, what's it called again? The Army of the Dead. And they want more of that. So they both want him for exclusivity deals. Meaning, if this scoop is true, and I don't know one way or the other, but if this is true, it means that he would have to pick one or the other. Exclusivity deal with Netflix or exclusivity deal with HBO Max. Before we get into any more then, if this article is true, then that signals a tremendous renewed boost of confidence in Zack Snyder's abilities. Now, do you all think that there could be something to this, that Netflix and HBO Max could be fighting for him as of March 18th, the day of the release of the Snyder Cut? Before we get into how successful it has or hasn't been, do you think there could be something to this? And what does an article like this tell you? Nick?
I think that Netflix and HBO Max are definitely both probably trying to go after them. Again, like you said, we don't have any hard data on what the numbers are doing for the Snyder Cut. I mean, I would think that they would be, pretty good numbers, or at least numbers that they're at least happy with. But until we see any hard evidence of that, I mean, who's to say? But I mean, I'm sure. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I'd probably, see if they might get in a bidding war. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about that money. So I'm sure he's probably going to go with whoever offers him the most money.
And Coach, what about you?
It definitely appears that there could be a little tug of war going on for the guy. As Andre is a Star Wars centric channel, I'm just sitting back watching this, and I am happy to see the studio actually supporting and celebrating somebody and their work, a director. And I think that it's a win for fans. You're talking about the success of the Snyder Cut. Now, like Tom was talking about earlier in the back channel, I've not watched it. I haven't had time to watch it. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it. It's not really high on my list of priorities at the time. But if you look at the news, if you do a search for Snyder Cut, if you do a search for Justice League, you're going to see, Google News lit up with so many different articles. And it's refreshing for me to at least see that, because something that Nick and I have covered extensively, and I'm not trying to get us off topic here, but just to kind of compare and contrast. Luke Skywalker came back to Star Wars, the heroic Luke Skywalker, and there was none of that. You didn't hear anything from StarWars.com. You didn't hear anything from Lucasfilm. There was nothing, and there still has been nothing. Star Wars had this moment, this come back from behind to achieve victory moment, and it just kind of dissolved. And I think what we're watching right here, no matter what happens with Zack Snyder, this is a win for fandom that he was actually able to come back, do his cut of the movie, and now people are actually supporting him. And thank God it's Zack Snyder in that photo and not J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, thank God for that. I mean, like HBO Max, they're already locked in with J.J. Abrams, not thanks to AT&T, but thanks to the powers that be at Warner. We'll see how happy they end up with that as the years go by. But until then, Rob, your thoughts on this article?
Sounds to me like there's going to, like you just said, there's going to be a bidding war. And I think Zack Snyder knows it. And, I can't fault the guy for wanting to get the best deal. Pardon me. But like I said, I watched about 3/4 of the Snyder Cut. I'm like, to me, it just, okay, listen, great for the fans that they got what they asked for, but I just don't understand what the big deal is. It's the same things about Batman versus Superman and Man of Steel that I didn't like already. Well, like I said, if Zack Snyder could get the best deal for himself, good. But as far as the long-term implications about restoring the Snyder Cut, I'm not sure that Warner Brothers is too keen on that. We'll probably get into that a little down the road today, right? Won't we? I mean, so we'll save that for.
Oh yeah. We'll save that for later on. Like right now, we'll stick to this particular topic, and we'll move on from there, and then we'll deal with the related matters as they come on. But staying to then this article, which again, for those just chiming in, this is an article that is from the 18th of March, which would be then the day of the Snyder Cut's release, meaning no numbers are in. But according to this publication, according to Small Screen, at this time there was a bidding war between Netflix and HBO Max over Snyder for exclusivity deals. With that reiterated, Tom, your takes on this particular article before we move on to level of success.
Well, here's the thing. To me, this feels more like somebody in Zach's camp put this out there to create a bidding war. But again, we have yet to see any real hard evidence one way or another that the Snyder Cut was a huge hit for HBO Max. I mean, we'll get into that again as we talk here. But, I mean, I'm not saying Zach's not a hot commodity. I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix is interested in him. I am just curious why HBO would sign an exclusive deal with him and then also have JJ in the wings too. It just, I don't know, piling up all the people on DC again seems like they're setting themselves up for the same problems they had before, even though I know JJ isn't exactly going to be doing a lot of DC stuff necessarily, but I don't know.
Yeah. Just to answer that point that you made right there, which is a really, really good point. Why would they sign an exclusivity deal with Zack Snyder when they already have one with J.J. Abrams? Actually, from my point of view, one does not have to rule out the other there.
No.
First and foremost, they did not choose to get that deal with J.J. Abrams. That's something that AT&T inherited when they took over the entirety of Warnermedia. They didn't make that deal. They inherited it, and that is something that goes completely beyond DC. They didn't hire him to helm their DC universe. They helmed him to make more original content. The next Lost, the next Alias. That's what they hired him to do. And as like as a little bonus, he gets to do a few DC movies and create his own little pocket DC universe. He gets to do that as a bonus. This is something else. If this is true, this signals to me that the people at AT&T want him to continue. At least they wanted that as per the 18th of March. If they still want it today, March 22nd remains to be seen. But at this time, they wanted him to continue the universe already started. And I can see why. Because it ends on a cliffhanger. I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but I know it ends on a cliffhanger. And if they think that there is demand for that, the only way that this really can be continued and concluded, and they think that, you know what, we can do like a miniseries. This can be our Mandalorian, like Justice League Season 1 would be the equivalent of movie 2. It doesn't matter if it's like 6-8 hours long. Give him a series and he can do that. Instead of giving him 2 movies, they can give him like a miniseries of 10 episodes. That would actually work out pretty great. I can see why they would want that and why they would also want him to do that instead of making more Army of the Dead sequels. At the same time, I can also see that if Netflix are internally really happy with Army of the Dead, which is due to premiere in May, so none of us on the outside have seen that just yet. But I can see why the two of them would be fighting for his services, although I agree with you that this probably is something that's put out there by his team, because that is how the media game has worked, that this is some way that they're trying to jack up the list price, because all of this can go away if the Snyder Cut numbers aren't any good, and especially if the Army of the Dead numbers aren't any good either, when that movie is due to be released in 2 months from now. But we will see with that at the time. As for the numbers, though, we haven't received any kind of official announcements of like new record breaking or anything like that. Before we move on to the article, which is from today, which does say a little bit about the success that has been, or level of success, I should say, that has been experienced so far. Tom, can you reiterate for everyone, what kind of predictions was it that you made that we would be seeing if this really was a hit? What kind of markers would you be looking for?
Well, the day's still early. I will say that. But if I predicted, and of course, I mean, this is probable. I mean, so I don't want to sit here and be like acting like I'm Nostradamus or anything. But basically, if between now and tomorrow, if we don't see any like huge announcements from HBO Max that it was a huge hit, that the numbers were great. I'm not expecting them to give us any official numbers, but until we get those kind of headlines coming out of Warner Brothers or / HBO Max, what have you, I'm going to sit there and just kind of I wouldn't hold my breath necessarily for any kind of Snyder-verse to continue. Now, I don't want to be the contrarian. I'm just saying, this is one of those things where Zack has not led any of the fans to believe this is leading to anything going forward, outside of news stories alluding to it. Zack is not, or anybody in his camp that I know of, or anybody involved with the Snyder-verse to this point, hasn't been like, teasing that anything's going to happen, like Henry Cavill or anybody like that. So again, I feel like until we actually see something official from them stating that it was, in their eyes, some kind of hit, I wouldn't get too excited about the Snyder-verse coming back anytime soon. Because, I mean, he even said it's not, he knows it's not canon and he's fine with that. But again, not trying to be the contrarian here, just going by what I saw. And I did see it trending a few times this weekend, but we'll get into all that. But I don't know if it's the numbers they're hoping for.
Yeah. And with that, let's move into the next article. Here I would also like to bring up that, because I agree with you, normally we would be expecting some kind of announcement. We would be expecting for a big release like this that it would break some kind of record or something, anything like that. The one thing that indicates that possibly might not be the case here is that this is HBO Max, which is run by AT&T. As everyone in the industry have been very happy to point out, are not part of the industry. They don't know how things work. They have failed to give the proper tributes to the gatekeepers, the agents, who are really offended and snubbed by that, which I thought was pity, but that was me. In any event, I think that there is a possibility that AT&T may operate with the cards closer to their chest. I'm not saying that they absolutely will, but I am not so sure that they would be playing the same kind of game that everyone else in Hollywood is playing, because everyone else is a movie studio first. AT&T is not. They are a telecommunications provider that just got into the entertainment industry with HBO Max, because from their point of view, as you have pointed out, Tom, they're all about HBO Max. Feel free to reiterate on that.
Well,
but my point then is basically that they might not give us the kind of announcements that would be natural to any other proper movie studio.
Maybe, but as you just pointed out, AT&T has one major goal, and that is make HBO Max a hit. And to this point, they have not been keeping up with Disney's numbers. And I don't know if they ever really expected to, but I mean, they're not even close at this point. And again, we'll see how it goes this next quarter, but that's going to be a big part of this, is how many subscriptions did the Snyder Cut drive? And I'm not so sure that's enough for them to be like, okay, we're going to pause everything else we're doing over here and reinstate the Snyder-verse, because that's where they've been getting a lot of resistance from on the HBO side. Is there's a lot of people who have already been working on, the next few years of DC movies going forward, and they're resistant to the idea of everything being brought back, because I got to be the one who reminds everybody, the elephant in the room, the first few films from Zack Snyder is what got us to this point in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
And
the thing.
to which point I will also be the one to remind everyone that the ultimate fault of that isn't with Zack Snyder, but the numbnuts at Warner that approved of everything he did every step of the way, right up until they turned on him.
Well, but the other thing
With
too
better management from their end, this would never have happened.
But the other thing too is that I keep saying, I remember reading, I can't remember where it was, like maybe comingsoon.net when they were still a viable website. Zack Snyder saying regarding the casting of Jesse Eisenberg, "I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing." I mean, that's not a sign of confidence. that's not a good thing. When you have to defend your decision to cast someone saying, "I know I'm not crazy." Really, I mean, there was a lot of questionable in the whole thing. Listen, I'm not a fan of Zack Snyder, okay? Zack Snyder, to me, makes pretentious, overblown, boring movies. Okay, Watchmen, great graphic novel, boring. I hate it. I didn't like didn't like it. Just a lot of things that I saw in Watchmen, I'm like, you know what? This works in a comic book. It doesn't work in a movie. It just looks, a lot of it looks silly.
That one I'll disagree with you on, but I don't disagree with the overblown, bloated part, though.
Yeah.
And the fault for that lies with Warner, that enabled him every step of the way, right up until they turned on him in the worst way possible. After they had enabled him, not only enabled him, they had encouraged him to do even more, and they were the ones that made him do Batman v Superman and cram everything into one movie. That wasn't his choice, that was Warner's choice. They made him do that.
Warner Brothers is the guys who said, "Okay, put more Superman in it. Put more Batman in."
No,
Batman.
they were the ones that said,
you're
not doing Man of Steel 2 featuring just Superman. You're doing a Batman movie with Superman. They were the ones that did that.
Well, they wouldn't have done it if
they were the ones that also said put Wonder Woman in there too and have it lead into Justice League. Well, they were the ones that did that.
Yeah, because they wanted to fast track an Avengers style event movie. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, if Man of Steel was any good, they wouldn't have had to do that. Man of Steel, like, come on. You can't sit there with a straight face and tell me Man of Steel was good. Come on, be honest.
There are people who
be honest with me, please.
I will accept people saying it's a good movie, but I won't accept people saying it's a good Superman movie.
No, the whole thing about okay, Anna.
And you know whose idea was that movie was to be like that? You think it was Zack Snyder's idea?
Christopher Nolan's idea.
Yeah, and you know who made him do that? It was Warner. It all goes back to them. They were the ones that told Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, that's because they said, give us another Batman Begins with Superman. Exactly.
Yeah. It all go, and here's like the thing. It's so easy to scapegoat Zack Snyder, and he's not a great storyteller. I've never said that. But what I will say always is the ones that are ultimately to blame here are the powers that be at Warner. Every single thing that you don't like about Zack Snyder's movies, and those are very fair criticisms. I'm not arguing a single one of the criticisms about the flaws of the movie or that they didn't click with the audience. My point is that that's actually not Zack Snyder's fault. He delivered the movies that he was contracted to do by Warner. And whenever he had some kind of overblown idea that they needed to shut down, they enabled him. And they made it worse by having him cram everything into those movies. That's Warner's fault.
But at the same time, you trust somebody to build a house and they put a toilet in your living room. You say to the contractor, "What the fuck did you do?" I said, "Build me." I said, "Yeah, what the hell am I paying you for?" That's the other.
But they're the architects. They're the ones that tell him put the toilet in the living room. They were the ones that did that.
No, I don't blame Zack Snyder for what happened. I blame the fact that they changed the regime 3 fucking times on him, because he was in charge. Then Ben Affleck was in charge. Then Jeff Johns and what's his face were in charge, and that was all within the span of 2 movies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
two
I'll
movies.
okay,
Because that's and the reason for that is that then you had like the first numbnuts management, and they were the ones that
Berg,
basically
that's the other
told.
guy. Berg. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like the one. They were the ones that first told him to.
And Tsujihara's in there somewhere too.
Yeah, this was under Tsujihara. Like this was under Tsujihara. It was him and the guy who's still there. What's his name again? The hot supreme guy right now. I forgot his name. The guy who's been fighting the Snyder Cut the whole time. The number 2 under Tsujihara. Something with B, I think.
Basil Exposition. I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, like real supreme head honcho at one, like the
You're
head
thinking
guy.
of Toby Emmerich.
Toby Emmerich, exactly. I knew there was a B in there.
There is a B. Yeah, there's a B in there somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Toby Emmerich, that guy. It was him and Kevin Tsujihara. They were the ones that told Zack Snyder after Man of Steel failed to do 1 billion that okay, we're going to bring in Superman, and not only we're going to bring in Superman, we're going to bring in Wonder Woman 2, and we're going to set up Justice League. Make it so. That's what they told him. Instead of giving feedback on Man of Steel 2, which is what Zack Snyder planned to do, instead of like saying, okay, make changes here, go back to more proper Superman, no, they doubled down on everything that the audience didn't like about it. They doubled down. That was, you can blame the execution by Zack Snyder, but it was the people at Warner that made him do it and that enabled all of his stupid ideas.
At the same time, though, when you're sitting there, you're watching, he goes, what am I supposed to do? Let everybody die on the bus? Maybe. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? No, but John.
Well, it's not so much that scene, it's that we have 2 other scenes that have the same lesson and he doesn't learn other important lessons. That's my issue.
I thought it was so funny because the only thing that I was like expecting, I just have to comment before I move on that particular scene, because what I heard on that in the Man of Steel when he's talking about, were there any witnesses? And he says, like, yes. I was halfway expecting Kevin Costner to turn around and say, make them dead.
No, there weren't, son. No, there weren't.
But anyway, that just goes to illustrate my point. Someone at Warner needed to change that, but they didn't, because that was the movie they wanted and they hired him to do. It's Warner. That's the blame here.
Ultimately, there was nobody with a singular vision. Too many cooks.
Well, not just that. At the time this was all happening, this was when Warner Brothers was like, they were like running around with chickens with their heads cut off, spending money like crazy. There was no real leadership. They knew there was the possibility of AT&T taking over, so they were putting themselves into massive debt on purpose, basically, because they could spend it. They knew they could. It was like that's what I kept hearing from the people inside that I knew, was that everybody is just running mad willy-nilly. Like nobody's really in control or taking any kind of reins of any type. And that really kind of reflected in this whole DC universe, because they had zero control over anything that was going on at any point, it seemed like. And you had too many cooks, as you just said, Rob. And the too many cooks was too many people in charge. No singular vision.
As the saying goes, too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
And yes,
and I've been canceled for that now.
Well, the only singular vision they had though was Zack Snyder's, and he's somebody who you need to babysit when it comes to story. Yeah, because he gets too excessive with the toys.
That's exactly right. Like if he is the kind of director that needs extreme supervision. He needs to work under a producer, a Kevin Feige type. He can't be in charge of making a whole universe. And the problem is that he didn't have a Kevin Feige on top of him. He had a bunch of numbnuts producers that didn't know what the hell they were doing. And here's my thing. This is what I cannot emphasize enough. It is these producers that made him cram everything into those few movies. They enabled him when they should have reined him in. And then when the audience... and it gets worse. Then they take his movies that need to be a certain length to justify all of the crap that they made him put in and that he bloated more than necessary. And then they go and they change that prior to release to make the movie unwatchable. And then they turn around and blame him. But really, it was Kevin Tsujihara, it was Toby Emmerich, and the people around them all along. And since then, they've been trying to scapegoat him, and they've been trying to bury the Snyder Cut, because bringing that back up again would just expose their extreme mismanagement of the entire situation. Well, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. That is why it took AT&T to come in and say, make it so. And I do believe that he has, or actually I know that he has supporters in AT&T that want to see what he started continue, and I don't know how much faith they have in what the Warner guys have been doing. Nick, you've been quiet here. I want to hear.
I was going to say, let's hear from the Echo Base guys.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude and interrupt you guys.
Right, you just gotta get in and tell Rob to shut the fuck up.
That's all. Yeah, I've heard. People don't feel bad. People told me to shut up my whole life, so it won't be the first time.
You let him run the conversation, we'll be off the rails before long.
Right. So kind of my thoughts on this whole thing is, and this is personally where I see it going is, everybody was on board. There's this big, huge fan movement for the Snyder Cut. The fans got what they wanted with this cut, and I think that's where it stops. I don't see all the same amount of people and numbers of people going out to try to do the same thing for the Snyder-verse and HBO Max. Even if the numbers are good, they might talk to him about possibly maybe doing a series, a continuation TV series on his vision of the continuation of that. But I would be very surprised if even that happens. But again, I don't see the same amount of fans, supporting the Snyder universe moving forward after all this is over with.
Yeah.
Coach, your take.
I really don't have one, guys. not outside of anything that you guys have already said. I don't know. I'm just kind of indifferent to this whole thing with Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut. So yeah, what am I doing here?
Coach doesn't care.
We have more things to talk about.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But before we do that, we are going to cover this article which was published today that gives maybe some hints about how successful the Snyder Cut has been and what may be in store next. But before we get into that, we're going to hear what you guys have to say by checking out some super chats. And to begin with the super chats I can get on screen, Michael Miller says it's time to #release the Air Cut, which of course is then the unreleased version of the original Suicide Squad. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Let's see what else we can bring up on screen. Nothing in my end. Can you bring up any more, Tom?
I don't believe so, because we probably have about the same limitations. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then we'll just go back a little bit further, and then we have Stephen Otten that said, "Hail Midnight's Edge panel, wrenches, and everyone in the chat. Happy birthday to William Shatner, the best captain ever." Yeah, to those that came in late, William Shatner is 90 today. How about that? And Drew with Comics Elite says, after reading the original Justice League sequel plans on Bleeding Cool, yeah, we got that one, yeah, anyway. He doesn't believe that fans would have liked the original plans. The Fessman93 says, when are we getting Congo, the director's extended final cut? To which I will say, do not hold your breath. And
it'll happen someday. I'm starting a GoFundMe, Boot Me campaign. I don't know what they're called. I'm starting one of them things. And we'll get it done. We'll get it done. And Ernie Hudson will be in it again. There you go.
And Spider Unlimited simply says, And Christopher Talk says 3 more seasons of Enterprise, please. I'd take me 3 more
There
seasons.
was rumors about that, but I don't know how accurate they'd be. But
I don't think they were accurate at all, but I would have loved that.
I think those are a result of people, just asking members of the cast, "Oh, would you be interested in doing more Enterprise?" And they're like, "Of course."
Yeah. And then Panzerkrok says for $10, thank you so much. Despite its length, the Snyder Cut was a better film than the Whedon version.
Oh, absolutely.
The Steppenwolf was a huge improvement. I'm glad the fans got what they wanted. Hail Midnight's Edge and the Fandom Menace. Yes, indeed. Hail
Yeah, for those who may come in thinking we're just hating on Snyder, I can't argue that it's probably the best film that he's done in the DC universe. It's definitely better than the Joss Whedon cut. That's not saying much though. But I see and understand why people are enjoying it. But we'll have to talk about the number-wise business, and we can bring this one up. Joel Familia just sent in $14.99. Didn't say anything, but just sent in $14.99. Thank you so much for the donation. We appreciate it.
Yeah. And then going back to the ones that we can't bring up, so you're just going to have to listen. Bashi Washi says for $4.99, thank you so much. Hail, you beautiful people. Long supporter to all of you. First super chat using VPN. Love from the Middle East. Tom, you still owe me Big in Japan song.
Oh, well, give me an idea for another song. Speaking of songs, did you see, Andre, that there's a new single on iTunes?
Oh, is it? No,
Yes.
tell me, which rising up-and-coming artist has this song out there?
Well, me.
Very cool. That's actually
I shared the link with you this morning, but I didn't know if you noticed it. But yeah, it's finally up on iTunes. So you can go on over there and check it out for yourself.
Is that the one we played Saturday night?
That is the one we played Saturday night.
Earth quaking, booty shaking.
That's actually a really cool song. We'll play a little bit of it later on. But first, we're gonna go through a few more super chats, and then we're gonna get back into the topic at hand. But super chats first. Tony V says, I liked Man of Steel and loved Batman v Superman. That said, Justice League is very poorly written and makes no sense when you think about it for more than 5 seconds. And Clifton 3D says, hey guys, and hey Echo Base Network. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you. And Temple Go says for $5, how much behind-the-scenes work has been done to facilitate the Snyder-verse? And will it get the footing the Snyder Cut did based on the JLS's quality? Yeah, we'll get into that momentarily. Stephen Otten says, I've decided to watch the Snyder Cut, but I won't watch any Zack Snyder or DC EU movies again after. Props to Jeremy for admitting to his part in this whole affair. Now, Stephen Otten is, of course, referring to that whole charity stream debacle, which we're going to get into a little bit later. Trenchman says, I just want Ben Affleck back. And Gaijin Grimpora says, do you think after the success of the Snyder Cut, Disney would be willing to walk back and redo the sequel trilogy? Actually, Echo guys, I want to hear what you have to say about this. Nick?
I don't think the sequel trilogy is ever getting redone by anybody.
Oh, hell no.
Ever. That'll never happen. If anything, it will be a different sequel trilogy in a different timeline / universe. If anything was to happen, but yeah, I don't see the 3 sequels that we got ever being remade or recut or redone by anybody at any point in time. That's just my thought on it, Coach.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's ever going to happen, and I don't want it to happen. And I am not a sequel trilogy fan at all. I will never watch any more of those movies again after seeing them when I saw them in the theaters. But there's this whole thing about director's cuts, and I'm not trying. Don't misinterpret my comments here. I'm not trying to say that we're full of hate or anything at Echo Base Network, because we're not at all. But when you are when these studios have to re-release movies in a director's cut, and they have to play it like it's the original intention, and I know that we've got movies like that from the 80s and 90s and so on and so forth, but that requires a great deal of forgiveness from the fans. And I don't know about you guys, but I would like to see the studios get it right the first time. And if you don't get it right the first time, learn from it, move on, and get it right moving into the future. Don't go and repeat. Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill's not going to do it. Carrie Fisher is gone, no longer with us. Harrison Ford's certainly not going to do it. What kind of sequel trilogy are we even going to look at? Like, that ship has sailed. You had a golden opportunity to have the original cast on screen and to give us a Star Wars movie, and you failed. So move on and give us Star Wars now.
Boy, Coach just got a little animated there.
That's about as animated as I get.
I think my genitals are confused now. I like it. Anyway, moving on with moving on.
Yeah, no, let's actually before we continue with more super chats, let's get back into the topic at hand.
Well,
those
as far as the Star Wars answer, I don't know if Rob wants to answer it. I don't think we'll see the closest thing we'll ever get. And this is if just for say, like, let's just say for the sake of argument that the Snyder Cut was this huge fucking hit that they're not talking about yet. And they're just taken by utter surprise, and it becomes this huge thing that builds up HBO Max. Disney will probably look at that and go, and they might take The Rise of Skywalker and give JJ that extended, like, 15-minute cut or whatever it was, half-hour longer cut that supposedly it was before it got trimmed down and sent to theaters. That'd be it. They wouldn't give us the version with the other bad guy in it. They wouldn't, because as far as I know, they never finished any of those. Like, because I've been hearing more about the whole thing. Like, there was a special effects artist who did confirm a lot of the stuff we were reporting, but from what he's kind of saying too, they never finished those other versions of the film. They just kept changing shit. So that's kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, there's no Matt Smith version of The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough to make a version of that, is my point. Yeah.
That would cost more than the Snyder Cut.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Like there was like what 75 to 90% of the Snyder Cut done, roughly guesstimate. There's probably maybe 50% of any of those other cuts done outside of the final quote unquote JJ cut, and that's the only one I would say that really exists. Probably.
Well, the other thing too is if there's a like, let's just say for purposes of discussion, if there's a Matt Smith cut of the movie floating around, then you know what, everybody. It's a huge embarrassment for everybody at Lucasfilm.
Exactly. That's the other problem you have. And I don't think that version was ever finished, was what I think we're getting from that interview, is what I was saying.
Yeah. Don't be surprised if you hear KK, there was no Matt Smith cut ever. We know that. Well, I don't know about the Matt Smith part, but we do know that at least something that supports that, not to go too far off the rails, but that's where we found out why there was no 3 3/4 inch line for Rise of Skywalker, which is the first Star Wars movie in history not to have one. And that is because they kept changing shit so much that the toy company just threw their hands in the air and said, we're not fucking making any more toys because we already got a warehouse full of toys we can't ship out because they're not in a fucking movie. So so they just kind of threw their hands up, put out the toys they could, and said, fucking.
Yeah. And they weren't selling anyways. So
that's the other problem. It didn't. That's the point. Yeah, too, Nick. If they were selling well enough, then they would have made the amenities to get the new figures out there. They didn't.
You mean nobody wanted to make their very own Tower of Ticos?
No.
EVS.
Not besides EVS and Jeff from World Class.
And one day they'll pop up as the Hasbro cut.
The Hasbro cut.
And my take on that is that there will be no other version for as
Not
long
likely.
as Kennedy is in charge of Lucasfilm.
That's
As
right.
long as she's there will be nothing else. But the moment that she's not there, depending on who takes over, things may happen. But that's as far as we can predict into the future. Now, going back to the topic at hand, just to recap to those who came in late, we are now going to discuss an article that came out today, which talks a little bit about the level of success that the Snyder Cut has had for HBO Max so far. Now, keep in mind that we have so far not yet had any kind of an announcement that it's been this or that successful, that HBO Max has blown through this or that number of subscribers. This is what you would normally get. But then again, I think that doesn't necessarily have to mean anything, because this is being run by AT&T, and AT&T aren't in the entertainment industry. They're not a normal studio. I don't know that they would announce anything like that outside of an investor call. But I could be wrong, so we'll have to see. But this article that you now see on screen is from Geekosity magazine and our good friend Mikey Sutton. Now, Mikey Sutton, to those that aren't aware, he is something of an insider. He has some inside scoops, and he has been very on top of everything related to Snyder, to Warner, to AT&T. The way that this has gone, like the past year while we've been working with him, is that we have gone with one of his scoops, and then it's been confirmed to be accurate by the mainstream media months and months later. So he was one of those that were saying that the Snyder Cut would be coming long before anyone else knew. He was one of those that said it's important that everyone show their support in a particular time in November of 2019, because that's what was when AT&T was paying attention. So he is someone that is relatively plugged into this. So just going from past experience with his scoops and how they tend to turn out accurate, I'm willing to run with this. But again, we have no other confirmation other than his scoop. Now, this story right here, it has the title, HBO Max and Netflix offering Zack Snyder exclusivity deals. And this then is referencing the small screen article that we covered before we went into the super chats. How both of these networks are apparently trying to lock down the services of Zack Snyder. But what he also says in this article is some hints at how well it has done. I don't expect you to be able to see it, so I'm just going to read it, and you can find it for yourself over at geekositymag.com. But what he says here is that Zack Snyder's Justice League exploded onto HBO Max last week with nuclear force. This is no exaggeration. The 4-hour superhero epic crashed the channel several times on opening night. And then he references the scoop we talked about.
I gotta cut in there because I did not see anybody report that it went out in America. Now, there was 2 other smaller regions that did report outages. That I do know of, and I sent you that story. But I did not find any reports of outages in the U.S., just to be fair.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair. I'm just referencing his story. And I wouldn't know. I'm not in the U.S. either way. But then he moves on, and this is what Geekosity then says, what Mikey Sutton says. One of my insiders said that Warnermedia CEO Jason Kilar is ecstatic with how well the Snyder Cut performed on HBO Max this weekend. Apparently, Kilar is over the moon with its initial success. And then he continues, as of this writing, the numbers haven't been released yet, but I was told to expect them possibly by this week. Warner Brothers will continue to monitor the situation before finally deciding Zack Snyder's future with DC films. As I have previously reported, the Snyder-verse being restored theatrically is not impossible. However, there is a chance if Zack Snyder's Justice League knocked it out of the park. Nevertheless, the first weekend is probably not enough to convince the skeptical DC Films president Walter Hamada and Warner Brothers Pictures Group chairman Toby Emmerich to restore Zack Snyder's DCEU. It might take longer, if at all. Now that's for theaters. Then he continues, the days are brighter at HBO Max. If Zack Snyder signs a deal to continue his DC Pocket universe on the streamer, that would mean Warner has taken a pass on it for a cinematic release. The summary then is that AT&T, according to Mikey Sutton, as of right now, are very pleased with the reception to the Snyder Cut. And if they want, they can sign him to continue the Snyder-verse there on HBO Max directly under the stewardship of AT&T. And you will recall the Snyder Cut was actually finished up by AT&T, not by Warner. Warner are the ones that don't want Zack Snyder back. They're the ones that have been messing this up, the whole thing, and they want to move on in a different direction theatrically. So you could be getting a split that. But so far, though, it appears that the continuation of the Snyder-verse, although by no means certainty, remains on the table. Nick, your thoughts on that?
So, I mean, without any hard data to go on, as far as the numbers, of course, it's all speculation. I would imagine, though, that the numbers were at least decent for this cut of the movie. I think they're at least decent. I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers that they're seeing, they're happy with what they're seeing. But I don't think it's going to be anything too extreme, either way. Like, I don't think they're going to be completely garbage or just skyrocketing out the roof. But, I would imagine by Wednesday or Thursday, we'll probably get some hard numbers, for the views on this, and depending on the reception of that, I think we'll kind of get an idea on if AT&T and HBO Max are going to try to do some sort of continuation of this, because it does end on a cliffhanger. And the other thing is, so I saw the movie, I watched it once, I fell asleep the first time I tried watching it. The beginning of it, it's very slow going. There's a lot of stuff that gets dragged out. But after seeing it, like, I'm not inclined to, go back and watch it again. So I don't know how much rewatchability this has outside of the hardcore Zack Snyder fan base. I'm probably not going to ever watch it again. If I do, maybe one more time, down the road, but that's pretty much it. And that's kind of my thoughts on it. Coach?
Yeah, random thoughts from Coach. Here we go. Andre, I think it's funny that servers crashing on opening night is a measure or an indication of success. Maybe their IT guys just suck. I don't know about that.
Enoch Man says for $5 that my HBO Max crashed twice, and I live in the US. I obviously can't speak for anyone else, but that did happen to me. And I saw someone mention that it happened for Robert Meyer Burnett as well. So again, I have no clue, but there appears to be some that experiences evidently differs on this subject.
I will say though, and again, I'm not trying to be the contrarian. I've had issues watching shit on HBO Max on a fucking Tuesday. So
so that doesn't have to mean anything.
But no, I mean, I do have some kind of, I've been kind of paying attention to things, as you know, Andre. So I'll give my assessment when we get to me.
Yeah.
Well, if Snyder continues with DC and HBO Max, and I'm speaking as a casual fan here, guys, very, very casual, then as a casual fan, I would need his work to be considered canon. Many fans like myself are going to have much less interest because it's like what I'm watching right now isn't real. It's not the real story. This is a fake story. This isn't considered canon. And I want what the real story is going to be. All that's just very confusing to me. And I don't know, you guys, I don't think we've mentioned it today or on the show today, but the whole definitive version of Zack Snyder's Justice League is now coming to HBO Max soon. You guys know what that is, right? It's the black and white version.
Yeah, just gray or whatever he's calling it.
Yeah, they're already like, why didn't you give us the definitive version last week?
I think there was some fights behind the scene, to be honest with you.
Well, that's my take.
Again, this is me speculating. I have a feeling that they argued back and forth on that bit. And HBO's like, there's no way we're putting a 4-hour black and white fucking movie up.
How many versions of this movie are we going to have?
I would imagine the 3. You're going to have the Snyder cut that you have, the black and white version, plus, of course, the Whedon version. So 3.
Ask Ridley Scott how many different versions of Blade Runner he's going to make. I mean, jeez.
Don't give him any more ideas. We'll get more.
Yeah,
I happen to think the 2 are very similar filmmakers.
They are. It's funny you mentioned that, Andre, because I was going to bring that up earlier.
That extra 6 seconds makes the world of difference, Andre.
I won't say that Snyder's in the same league talent-wise per se, but they do have a lot of similarities. Well, here's the thing. I like a lot more. They've had enough of a catalog at this point that I can safely say I like a lot more probably of Ridley's catalog than I do of Snyder's. But I loved Watchmen. I thought it was great. 300, good. His Dawn of the Dead for a remake, can't go wrong there. It wasn't too bad. Actually does what decent remakes do. But again, when I say this is probably the best so far we've gotten out of his DC universe, that's not saying a lot because you know how much I did not like Man of Steel or BVS. So yeah. But again, anyway, that's neither here nor there on that part. But as far as the numbers and stuff go, I mean, I don't know if you're ready for what I've kind of noticed, but
I'll go for it.
As far as trending wise, it did trend a few times, but it never seemed to trend above more than 10 or 25,000 at most retweets. Rotten Tomatoes has only gotten 25,000 people who have voted on it, and IMDb has 100 and some. But the upside of that is it's mostly positive. Like it's in the 96, 97 percentile or whatever on Rotten Tomatoes. It's getting an 8.6, I think it was, on IMDb last I looked. So, I mean, as far as the reaction goes, the early reaction is very good as far as the actual film itself. Now, my curiousness is in the numbers. I guess if some people had problems watching it, then hey, that's a sign that there are a lot of people watching it. But then again, we can't speak about, the whole HBO Max thing is not the most stable. As somebody brought up in the chat, it takes 5 minutes for the main screen to load. So that could be, but there were reports in other smaller places that it was going out. And hey, if they boost up their numbers by a good 20, 30 million because of this, it might help. But on the other side of that, when they first announced it, it didn't really boost their numbers all that much then. I do believe that the Snyder fans are a very loud group. I just don't know how big of a group they are. It did gain a cult following, but I got to remind everybody, cult generally doesn't mean very big. So it'll be interesting to see in the next week or so if we get any more headlines. because I was expecting this morning to see a headline from Warner Brothers or HBO Max announcing that it was a huge hit, and we didn't see one. Because it was trending quite a bit Saturday, which would make sense because that's the day that most people have time to spend at home to sit and watch a 4-hour movie. But I think that's the problem with this movie. That's what's a detriment to it, because everybody I've talked to says the same thing. Either they haven't watched it or they've only watched about an hour of it, which isn't a good sign. That means they haven't finished watching the movie, or they've not watched it at all. And out of 5 people, only one person has really seen it. Me on this board right now, I'm the only one who's actually watched it. So that's not a good sign.
I've seen it.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't. My bad. Sorry, Nate.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
Okay, so 2 out of 5
at the beginning, and then when I woke up the next day, I finished it.
All right. Well, there you go. So 2 out of 5 people on this panel have seen it. And I get a lot of the same thing from other people. They either haven't watched it at all, or they checked out after about an hour and they're going to get back to it. That generally seems to be the consensus so far. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
In the next day or so, if we don't see any headlines, that's not a good idea. Or that's not a good good thing for any Snyder.
According to Mikey Sutton, we will be getting something over the course of the week. But yeah, carry on, Tom.
No, I was just going to say, Mikey Sutton, on the other hand, does have a good track record. So I do I do take that into consideration. But I did keep an eye on a lot of this stuff this weekend. And when talking about the system getting shut down, it was only the only story I could really find on it was the one I sent you, Andre, where it was, and they had really small numbers, like it was like in the hundreds, literally. So like they must have a small server wherever it was. I can't remember which countries it was it said again, but it was like whatever day it was I sent you, that Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see. I kind of like. I have to say I like the idea of AT&T and them coming in and disrupting the industry, and they are indeed doing that, because we had like this whole article from the Hollywood Reporter, which was essentially a hit piece on behalf of the industry establishment, where they basically said, how dare these outsiders come in and not pay us, the agents, the proper tributes and respect that we deserve. How dare they come here and think they are something. That was like the gist of that article. And I kind of like want to see them succeed for it. But we shall see. Let's get on with some more super chats, and then.
Well, before we do, I just want to make one point, because somebody said something about my friends. I do hope they realize that I do know like a lot of the guys who were on the panel with Zach that day. And here's another point that I wasn't going to bring up, but hey, if you want to go there, the whole thing Zach did on Geeks and Gamers.
We'll get into that.
Killed a lot of that momentum, but we'll get into that.
We'll get into that. But before we get into that, I want to run through a few more super chats, because we do have a backlog. Let's see which ones we can bring up on. Actually, we're not going to do that, because then I just lose track of where we are. KitKat sent a behind the scenes super sticker, so thanks for that. Shum says for $5. WB missed their opportunity to have a cohesive universe when they passed over Bruce Timm and Paul Dini lead the projects. Yeah, actually, that's actually the sad thing. When I rewatch, or actually in my case, watch Superman the animated series, and I see just like the first few episodes there and the ones with Darkseid, they're better. Could have just remade those. And then Mags says for another $5. Personally, I see him move to where he would have the most creative freedom. So this will be interesting. I know money will be a factor, though, in reference to whether Snyder will go with Netflix or HBO Max. It'll be interesting to see. And the Seaman says, Star Wars related, but just noticed the Cara Dune items reappeared on Sideshow Collectible Shop.
Really?
They were pulled before, but are now back up. if only people from Echo Base were here. Oh, right, people from Echo Base. What do you know about this?
That's news to me.
I haven't heard anything about it. Yeah, that's news to me too. We're gonna have to look into that.
Yeah,
Let's stock up.
Last I was hearing, they were like canceling a bunch of the Funko Pop orders or whatever, but that was it. Of course, I'd not heard that they had taken down the Sideshow collectible at all. But as far as bringing it back up for order, that's a new one to me. Maybe Robert Meyer Burnett will talk about that this afternoon.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. That seems right up his alley. And then Ross Build Chateau. Give me 1 second to see the full name here, because I have to open it. Ross Bampfield Chateau Obsidian, now on Indiegogo. That's the full name. And he says, "Hey, Midnight's Edge. Big fan. Watching since Ghostbusters. My one dislike regarding Snyder Cut is floppy hands flash. And of course, Chateau Obsidian Comic has 4 days on Indiegogo. So yeah, free spot here. Everyone go check out Chateau Obsidian Comic on Indiegogo."
There you go.
And House Atreides says, "What will Warner do if the first DC Jar Jar U is a disaster? Can Abrams be fired, or will we be stuck with Jar Jar?" I can answer that right away. You are stuck with Jar Jar since AT&T inherited a multi-year deal with him, the details of which we do not know. But the hope is that he'll be assigned mostly to other original properties and less so if his DC properties fail. What do you guys think about that? Coach or Nick?
I was just gonna say them getting JJ is a disaster for them, and it's gonna be bad.
You're just a hater.
I feel sorry for the DC folks. You guys are about to get what us Star Wars and Star Trek fans got from JJ. And so, yeah, I think it's going to be a complete disaster, and people are going to be in an uproar about it. And that's just that's kind of where I see it going, just given JJ's track record, which isn't very good.
And we want it to be good. We do. We don't want anything JJ makes to be awful. It's just the track record, and our heart has been broken, guys, so many times.
Yeah. Yeah, he does not have a good track record at all.
Yeah. And then moving on from there, we have Nietzschewicz saying for €10, "I'm a big Snyder fan. His ability to invoke visceral pictures are unparalleled. 300 and Watchmen theatrical cut are masterpieces. But the Snyder cut made it very clear. Let somebody else write the words." Thornton Wager says, "It's worth noting that Warner doesn't consider it canon, but Patty Jenkins and Momoa have said it's canon to their movies." Yeah, very fair point. Nietzschewicz also says for another €5, "Nope, the comic Watchmen was completely overblown. Snyder cut everything stupid and unnecessary away." Yeah, there you have it. Harsh words. Admiral Awesome says, "I loved The Man of Steel." House Atreides says, "HBO Max needs to produce content on the level Netflix is going. Disney Plus has the kid factor, big reason it's doing well, plus all the version subs." Farotman23 also says, "Man of Steel rules." And Darth Cerebrus wonders, "Did this living room toilet have the Superman symbol on it, though?" I don't know. We'll have to ask Rob.
It had a version of the Superman symbol, not the real one.
Yeah, there you go. And my countryman Tebios $2 says for 50 Norwegian krona, tusen takk. Man of Steel has the same audience score as MCU solo movies, and to be to be fair, I think he meant to say, they cut out 30 minutes from Batman v Superman, and most of that was Clark scenes. Yeah, this is true. And to think that started out as Man of Steel Part 2. Iron Man says, "Hey guys, at work and can count on One more time. Hey guys, at work and can count on Coach and Nick to get you guys some money. After YouTube, you'll get $2 of this." Well, that's YouTube for you. Thank you anyway for the support. Grand Wasu 42 sent us a little doggy super sticker. And Roll Titan is apparently unhappy with the Superman toilet in the living room because he says Rob's analogies suck today.
My analogies suck every day. Where have you been?
And Stephen Otten says, when Clint Eastwood passes away, Warner Brothers will have nothing left. And Tom, you better cover your ears right now, because Nietzsche says Donner's Superman was disappointing, to say it the least. Not at all what I read in any of the Superman comics remembered me of this crap. Mediocre.
What era of Superman comics did you read?
I was gonna say.
Listen,
agree to disagree, or I reject your hypothesis.
Come on, like having Superman drown in a pile of skulls. Really, that's your Superman. Really, seeing buildings topple over, where everybody inside dying, like that's your. Listen, I know there's a segment out there who just want to see, a huge body count pile up, and they sit there and go giggity, 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 giggity. But come on, really? And they think that's mature. Yeah, come on. Dark and gritty! I'm like, really?
Okay, I guess I should have said, Rob, cover your ears too.
Yeah, I'm trying to be restrained, but I made a 30-minute video on how to fix Man of Steel, but that's just neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It's not on the internet, but it is on our Patreon.
Yeah, exactly. And Gaijin Grimpora says for $5, with the success of the Snyder Cut, we got this one already. And ActionCom says, the current reaction of the anti-Snyder Cut camp. Echo Base guys, what have you seen of the current reaction of the anti-Snyder Cut camp?
I mean, I've pretty much seen either people saying, I don't like Zack Snyder, I don't like his movies, and don't even care to even watch this. And then I've seen people out there commenting saying, I watched it, it was trash, just like all Zack Snyder's DC movies. So, I mean, there is a side to the movie, from two different angles, a side that's just all about, Zack Snyder and his greatness of movies in their mind, and then a side that just really doesn't care for him. And I'm kind of in the middle. I'm kind of indifferent on it. I didn't hate the movie, but I wasn't like, oh my God, this was so good. Like, I loved it. It was just, it was okay. I saw it, through all the way through from start to finish one time. And, I'll be surprised if I ever watch it again.
I read several articles today when I knew that we were going to be talking about this, and one article that comes to mind that I just read before the show started, I think it was at IndieWire. It was like 4 editors were all given their takes on the success of the Snyder film, and a couple of the takes, I think half of them, I think 2 of the 4 were really anti-Snyder Cut because of it being perceived that the entire movement was a win for the fans. That the fans that we were the people that got it done with the movement on Twitter and all of those things, and the fans and the work itself are being attacked today in some articles from writers saying that we are toxic and that they will not support this movie because the only reason it was done, the Snyder Cut was released, was because of fan toxicity, and that Hollywood is given into the demands of toxic fans, and it's an ongoing, raging culture war. And that's my take.
Well, you know what I always say? There's that whole thing in Hollywood. Well, if they're right, then we're all wrong. If the fans are right, then they're wrong. That's what it comes down to. Everyone who support, and the other thing too is, like I said, that means that what was it, IndieWire? IndieWire was wrong about The Last Jedi. They were wrong about everything up until now.
Yep.
That's what that's what that means.
Yeah, 100%.
There is another part of this too, where there's just a group of fans who just don't want to see that back. Like Rob here earlier was like, you know, they don't need everything extreme and dark and gritty. And, you know, it's okay for Batman, but certain other characters, you know, not so much.
My whole thing is, if you make every character like Batman, then what's the point of having Batman?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, no, you're not wrong. I mean, and that's a point that's been made about this whole thing to begin with, was it was kind of ill-conceived from the get-go. That's the main problem.
Well, and the other thing too is, listen, ultimately, this is what Man of Steel comes down to me. You have, like I said, you have all this death and destruction happening around him and Zod, and then all of a sudden Zod threatens to kill one random family of 4.
The Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, and suddenly he gives a shit about saving these people? Really?
And actually, if he twisted the way he twisted his head, he would have killed the Brady Bunch, by the way. But anyway, I digress.
Couldn't gouge his eyes out?
He should have done it sooner. Let's just put it that way. Superman.
Well, he had no choice but to fight Zod in Metropolis. I'm like, he's Superman. The whole point of the character is he does whatever the plot needs him to.
You can say Superman 2 is boring, but at least he keeps trying to take the fight where, Rob?
Away from
people.
Exactly. and he makes
and that's where Zod figures out you actually care for these people.
And he actually makes an effort to save people.
Exactly. And he knows that's his weakness then. Oh. Yeah. Anyway.
He cares,
I suppose so, like pets.
Yeah. And moving on from there, before we get into the main topic at hand, Uneaten Breadcrumb says, don't give Snyder $70 million to continue the Snyder-verse. No, that's not going to happen anyway, because if that happens, and that's a big if, but if it happens, it's going to be a hell of a lot more than $70 million. Tiberius Monk says for $5, Zack Snyder's Justice League is my favorite film of 2021 so far. A huge improvement over the original, especially with Cyborg. You earned this, Snyder. And Joel Familia says, if some people are criticizing Snyder's dark work, they haven't read much DC Comics. Frank Miller, Alan Moore, and Grant Morrison all were inspirations of Snyder's work. And then
he should have followed them more closely.
That he should, no argue there.
Years of Green Lantern.
People at Warner needed to make sure that he did.
Because I'll tell you what, my favorite parts of BVS are the stuff that's right out of like The Dark Knight Returns, like that whole scene with, oh, you're about to see some shit, kid. Yeah, like all that good stuff. Like that's the stuff I like. I was all in on seeing a Dark Knight Returns movie, and then it went to shit.
Yeah, years of Green Lantern and Green Lantern Corps told me to be, have me disappointed in the Zack Snyder's and this vision of DC. So
I'm all for it. If you want to give me that Dark Knight Returns, that's a version of Superman that's a little different than the original that I will more than accept, because you're taking him to that extreme, just like they took Batman to that extreme. You know what I mean? Especially in that Reagan era Superman kind of thing they had going on there. So for those who don't think we understand Superman, Rob and I, we actually do dabble in some of this stuff. We're not totally stupid. We just have our beliefs and our choices, and we understand some people enjoy it more than others. Rob's a little bit more boisterous about it than I am sometimes. So, but other times you get me going on certain things. I can be just as bad as Rob too. But you know what? We like a diversity of opinion here, because guess what? Andre hasn't said much, but he loved Man of Steel. So there you go.
Yeah, I did. I really. The more I think, like, of course it has flaws, but like that neck breaking scene, like, given the setup, that was like his only way out. If anything, the problem was that he didn't break the neck of every single Kryptonian, which is what he should have done. The moment he realized, if I break their helmets, they're going to be dazed and confused for a few moments, and that's my window to go.
Something that's in my version.
Every last one of them.
That's something that's in my version too. That's kind of funny. Is I don't really change that much. I just take little things and just kind of twist it a little bit to help it make more sense and fit in a Superman kind of respect. Anyway, you're going to say, Rob. Sorry, then we need to move on.
There's a storyline for Superman. What's so funny about Truth, Justice, and the American Way is to why Superman doesn't kill, and that's in and of itself problematic, because if you have a Superman that now starts killing people, what's to stop him to say, Mr. Freeze, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I mean, come on. It's too easy. The whole idea is to challenge him to solve to take these guys down without killing them. That's the whole problem. That's the character. In that he is so powerful. Hey, how do I subdue this guy without doing any doing any damage?
Well, in this case, it can't be done. There's powerful. It can't be done. He has to kill them. There's no other way. They can't be subdued. There's no way. They must die, because that's the setup. There ain't no way that they can be subdued. They are stronger than him. They are better trained than him. There is no prison that can hold them. He has no choice. He must kill them. That is the for the movie. They can't. There's no other way.
There is one other way, and that's what's in my version. But anyway,
Phantom
Zone. It goes kind of off of what you were saying, Andre. No, actually, it's real simple. You use the fact that Superman, even though he's not as well attuned to fight like Zod and his crew, he does realize that when he goes on their ship that he's much more attuned to Earth's atmosphere. And like Andre said, you fuck up their suits long enough to disorient them, and you lock their asses up in his Fortress of Solitude, and you put them in a field where they're in fucking red sunlight.
Well, how Simple the hell is it? Does he even know of that? Is there before that, Coach? I believe that you have to be leaving us.
Oh no!
Yeah, I hate to leave early, guys, but something's coming up, and
well, hopefully everything's all right.
No, everything's fine.
We hope so.
Everything's
fine. But thanks for joining us, and we must do this again.
We didn't get to the other good stuff, though.
I know. I'm not very happy.
That's not your fault, man. It happens.
But we still have Nick here representing Echo Base Network,
and he's the better half of the program, guys. He's the better half.
All right. You guys are a team, like I said.
Thank you guys so much. We'll see y'all next time.
Take care.
Yes.
But we are still glad to have Nick here, of course.
Yes, absolutely. And we will be getting back to the topic on hand. Like, we could discuss Man of Steel ad infinitum at another stream, because you at least you have to give that to the movie. It was a movie that caused
Zod still dies in my version, by the way, for the guy who just said Zod has to die. But
yeah, but and good, because he has to. Ain't no way.
Zod. That's what I say is Superman figures out right away that there's no way Zod's going to stop. And the other thing was Zod's motivation is also changed in my version, because there's no reason for him to want to terraform Earth. He would want an entire world of people who have to worship him because he's much stronger than them. And he would be upset with Superman that he would be worried about these people instead of just using them as slaves.
I'm going to slave the entire human race by killing them.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah, the movie is not without issue, but I
mean, I get it. He wants to rebuild Krypton, but you can rebuild Krypton on a base
Mars?
of slaves.
That's the biggest problem, because like Jor-El was really the villain of the whole movie. But I'm not going to get into.
And that's the other problem
anymore.
is the Codex I get rid of altogether, because it's a plot problem.
Was it the guy from Nostalgia Critic, Doug Walker, as I think his name is, right? And he said that the other thing too is people get killed in this movie, and it's like it's no big deal. Nobody even says "ow."
Yeah, but anyway, that's the movie.
And for those wondering, Dad does die of a heart attack, but it's during a storm, so I make everybody happy.
Yeah. But moving on from there, we have a couple of other super chats before we move into the main topic at hand. One I can bring up on screen because it came just now. Straight White Mage sent us $50.
Wow.
Thank you so much. And he says, if the DCEU wanted to impress me and separate from Marvel, they would have used the partner characters to build up their main team. Batgirl, Nightingale, and Robin before revealing Batman. Also, use a Red Lantern to bring Abin Shir to Earth. Yeah, that's an idea. I don't know if I agree with starting with the C team to introduce the A team, but that's my opinion. You have yours, and I'm not a DC fan of the comics. Maybe you are, which means that your opinion probably would be accounted.
I mean, if you're going with like an older main team, perhaps, if that's what you're going for there.
Maybe. And also, as pertaining to the Superman discussion, Warwolf says, for $10, thank you so much. Let's be fair, tough guys. Superman effectively killed Zod, Ursa, and None in the theatrical cut of Superman 2. So it's not like he's never killed Zod before.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem, Warwolf. I've never said that once. It's the fact that he lets it go on for so long. That's my issue, is after the first 10,000 people that would have died, he should have just done it. And way before that. He said, though, not tough guys, but yeah.
Okay, Well, anyway, I misread that. But yeah, again, that's like the issue that I have. Should have killed every last one of them the moment he had the opportunity. And Enoch Mammon says for $20, thank you so much. In fairness, Superman 2 ended in Superman murdering Zod and his cohorts. In fact, he killed them by sucking their life force out and then cackling like a madman.
He wasn't laughing.
Fell to their deaths, screaming for help. That's actually a very cool way to remember.
He wasn't laughing, but no. And actually, if you watch the TV version, they actually live.
That doesn't count. I see that like in my mind now. Like he's laughing like a psycho. Ha ha ha! Yeah, the movie's better now in my memory.
No, but the Donner cut is much better. That's for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. We have a couple of older super chats that I want to run through before we get into the next topic.
Yeah, there's probably some other ones from before we missed.
Yes. Miguel Hernandez says, was AT&T involved with the Geeks and Gamers issue or just WB, i.e. Warner? That was just Warner. Again, it's the same people that didn't want to release the Snyder cut in the first place. It's the same people that are really to blame for the state of the DCU and the Snyder-verse failing, in my opinion. They are the ones that were pestering him all the time that he can't be associated with Geeks and Gamers. AT&T doesn't care. AT&T couldn't care less about Geeks and Gamers. It's Warner, the traditional studio, that were freaked out about the association with them. And that brings us right into the next topic of the conversation.
Well, General Zod has a problem with us talking about all the Zod killing. It's like, you are all wrong. Zod cannot be killed. Showing this is fiction.
Sure, this is fiction.
Why do you keep saying these things when you know I will kill you for it?
Terrence Stamp was
he was amazing balls, but don't get me wrong, Michael Shannon's good too, but nobody can top Terrence Stamp. And Royal Reviews just sent us $5. Thank you so much. Bought you some onion rings, Rob. There you go.
Sweet spicy chicken sandwich from Popeyes.
Hear that?
I still haven't even tried that.
Oh my god, it's unbelievable.
Like Chick-fil-A's right down the road from me, and the closest Popeyes is like a 45-minute drive. So
okay, well, I don't want to say it's worth the drive, but dude, if you ever get if you're in the area, you get a chance to drive to get the chicken sandwich from Popeyes, try it.
Yeah, I definitely am.
And we have plenty more super chats to go through. If you have missed your super chat so far, rest assured we are going to get to it. But right now, before we do any more super chats, let us get into the next topic at hand, which was hinted at already, namely this whole charity stream debacle. Earlier today, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, he came out and he gave a retelling of events from his side, which I think is a very, very good objective retelling of everything from any side, because he was very fair and he was very even-handed. Tom, can you give us a summary, a retelling of what Jeremy told everyone, for those that might not have seen it?
Well, I'll tell you right now, just to kind of preface this whole thing, the fact that I saw this video get dropped made my stomach kind of drop a little bit, because chances are, guys, that means we're not going to get any kind of anything from Zack after this. Because Jeremy kind of pretty much said that if this video has to come out, like he said in the beginning of it, it means that they hadn't really worked out anything, or Zack hadn't said anything yet. So that's not a good thing. But what this is basically Jeremy going through and showing the receipts for everything that had happened leading up to the beginning. And some of it I can vouch for, because he said some of these things to us as they were happening. But basically, the short version, I do suggest you just check out the video. It's a bit of it's like a 20-some minute video, but it's definitely worth the watch, and it will probably answer most questions that most people have about what happened and what went down. So basically, the short version is, initially the contact was started between Uche and Zack and the crew over there, and they were talking about getting the whole thing together and making it happen. But from the very get-go, Jeremy was pretty adamant that Geeks and Gamers not really be a part of it, or at least the main host of it. And this was something I remember him saying very early on when he first told us about this. So I can vouch for that. And so they were working it out to where it would be through Uche's channel. And since Uche was an NFL star, that wasn't going to be as much of a problem. They knew Warner Brothers probably wouldn't have a problem with that, because Jeremy basically knew something like this might happen if Geeks and Gamers was involved. And he even got on a phone call with Zack, I believe twice, to remind him that this is probably not a good idea to have them involved, because what happened was Zack went out on a podcast and announced that they were doing this before anybody had a chance to officially announce anything. And it was Zack who said that they were doing this with Geeks and Gamers. That's all he said. He didn't say Uche Waneri. He didn't say anything else. He just said Geeks and Gamers. So it is on Zack who said it initially. So they set up all the charity stuff. And Jeremy had pointed out that Geeks and Gamers logo was not supposed to be on it. They even made sure it wasn't supposed to be on the thumb and all this other business. And I think Jeremy had even said to me personally, I asked him, his plan was to duck out, and same thing with Star Wars Theory before Zack even got in there, before any of this other stuff happened. So they were planning on just being there for the beginning to kick things off. And then when Zack came in, they were going to leave. Well, lo and behold, whoever it was that set up the website left the Geeks and Gamers logo at the bottom of the website for the auction. And nobody had noticed this, but Warner Brothers did notice it, and it happened to be just the site was up 2 hours before the show, and they weren't even sure when the show was going to happen yet, because things kept moving, and they finally got everything figured out. But then Zack was late, and the reason is because he was getting bombarded by Warner Brothers to get Geeks and Gamers logo off of the thing, and Jeremy was pissed because he knew that it was going to be a problem to begin with. And so Uche was on the phone with him, and they hashed it out that, obviously something needed to be said about no affiliation with Geeks and Gamers. So that part they knew. What they didn't know is that Zack was going to come on there and do what he did the way he did it. And basically that was where we are now. And that's where Jeremy felt he needed to release this video if they hadn't gotten any resolution by the time things had gotten to this point, which again, we know all the other ins and outs between there that I'm not going to get into, but that's the gist of Jeremy's video that he released. And I killed everybody.
Yeah, no, I think that about sums it up. And I also agree that there's probably not going to be another statement. And I think that's also courtesy of Warner, because I think that they are so desperate to avoid any kind of association at all, that I think that they were probably happy about the controversy. I think that they were overjoyed that the response was that he has publicly taken distance from them, that he labeled them as a hate group, basically. I think Warner were overjoyed with that. That they saw the rap headline and they were high-fiving each other. And then they saw the discord within the fan community, and they were high-fiving each other even more. Because they hate Snyder, they hate the Snyder Cut, and they hate the fans most of all. Remember, this is Warner. This isn't AT&T that were the ones that made the Snyder Cut happen. This is Warner that have been trying to suppress it for years, and now suddenly are in the position where they have to market it. So, I very much doubt that they would allow him to make any kind of public statement. They would probably tell him that, nope, we are very happy with what you said. We are very happy with the response. You have lambasted them, someone that we in Hollywood don't like. So you are not going to do anything to help fix their image. No way, no how. That's kind of how I expected that to go down. Nick, your thoughts on all of this?
So I agree with what you just said. I never saw Zack coming out and making a clarification on this. Even if he wanted to, the PR people at Warner and stuff probably said, no, don't make a statement. Just drop it, ignore it, move on. We're not making the statement or doing anything else with any of this. With that said, so Jeremy actually showed me and Tom and a few others that video Saturday night after our stream and kind of went over the whole situation and talked about it. So we actually saw early and kind of talked to him, throughout the whole thing on, kind of how all this went down and stuff. And I was the same as Tom when I saw it actually drop. I was like, well, there you have it. Obviously something happened to,
or didn't happen anyway.
yeah, something happened or didn't happen to the point of where they knew that Zack wasn't going to give any clarification or make any statement whatsoever. And Jeremy even told us, he said, I'm giving Zack time to, make a statement and a clarification. But, I got to protect my brand also, which is completely understandable, on Jeremy's part. So I thought the video and the way he laid it out in the facts and evidence that he showed on there, I thought it was very well put together, and I completely understand his frustration. And he kind of took some of the blame for some of it too, which, he even said, he learned a lot of lessons through this whole entire experience. And me and Coach, we got some stuff going on behind the scenes, and that I was kind of getting his advice on because of everything he's gone through, and he's literally like, just don't include me in it and you should be fine. But yeah, it was just a whole mess. One thing I said on our stream Saturday night about all this stuff is if Uche was kind of talking to Zack behind the scenes, it probably would have looked a lot better if Uche just said, if he knew Zack was going to have to say something, if he would have said, let me just be the one to say it, and say, this was our fuck up and we didn't catch it. And, Zack's not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers. We were supposed to have the logo off or whatever. And I don't think it would have been as big of a deal. But the fact that he came on and that was the very first thing he said, followed up by current events with the whole Atlanta shootings or the whole Atlanta situation stuff. It just didn't look good. Then you have people like the Rap that can basically take that and twist it, and then all the weirdos out there jump on board with that and start spreading it around, and it is what it is. That's the sort of thing that happens.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the whole the whole ordeal, because we all kind of know, it was one of those situations that once it happened, the thing that we feared most did happen, and that was the Rap article. And I get it. People out there, you guys are more than, I'm not going to sit there and tell anybody you're in the wrong in any way, and being upset with Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers or Uche or Zach or whoever you're upset with. You're more than, you have a right to feel the way you do. Like, nobody's going to fault you for that. But I will say this. I will say that I personally feel that the way the situation went down, Jeremy did everything he could to try and avoid this. Uche was kind of caught like a deer in headlights, and he had his whole breakdown and argument with Mr. H, and I think at the end of that, he kind of understood a lot more where a lot of people from the audience were coming from. And I do suggest people check that out if it's still up, if you're interested.
Yeah, it is. Uche put it up on his stream, like an hour version of his debate with Mr.
Okay.
H. It was actually really, really interesting because it begins with a screaming match between
Yes, yeah, which kind of started on our channel weeks ago. This is something they both needed. Let's be real. This is just kind of like, this was just something for them they needed to have happen.
Oh yeah.
But I just want to
on our channel first. Very happy to have started that, but
I just want to be clear that it's my feeling that the people who are really to blame here are Warner Brothers and Zack Snyder. And if there's any truth to this whole deal of Warner Brother or Zack getting a deal to continue doing things with HBO Max or whatever, that's the only reason he would have to not want to correct this or not want to do something to make it quote unquote right. Then that means he has something to do with Warner Brothers still. That's the only reason why earlier I wasn't like, I don't totally believe this shit. It's bullshit. Because like, if that's true, why else would he care? Why would Zack give a shit what Warner Brothers thinks? Like, that's my big thing here is if he's got some deal sitting and waiting for him over at Netflix, why isn't he like, well, fuck you guys. You wasted 5 years of my life already, or more than that, actually. Almost 10 years of his life. And then now he went and finally got to do this. And it's like, okay, if he's really that committed to it, fine. But if that's still the case, now you've also got a situation where you've got a divided fan base within the fan base. And we all know about divided fan bases here.
You almost sound like George Carlin there for a second. We all know about divided fan bases.
Yes. I'll punch you in your Facebook, Rob.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I think that the whole thing is tragic, though, how it all turned out, because this was to be a great unifying event, but like so many other disasters, it wasn't just one thing. It was a whole series of things that had to go wrong for everything to degrade into where it ended up. It wasn't just one thing. One thing didn't do it. It was a combination of things. First, you have, and any one of these things being addressed could have resolved the whole situation. It was the combination that led to the disaster.
And like first, I said, I don't want to get into too much of it, but yeah.
First, it was the oversight of the logo being there. And that's actually a kind of a big deal. Because, like, we have had, I'm not going to say that we've had, like, any kind of experiences like that before, because we haven't. But we have always understood that sometimes precautions have to be taken. And when we have, like, kind of like guests on that are associated with one thing, we can't bring up something else because that would be detrimental to their brand. That only just goes to show, like, how important that is. And when Warner is literally screaming, you can't have the Geeks and Gamers Association. We know that Zack Snyder didn't mind because he was the one that announced it in the first place. And that's when Warner Legal really started grinding on him about it, that nope. And then it was a pure oversight that was still there. If it had been caught there, it would have been no issue at all. And then Uche was informed by Zack Snyder that he was going to have to make the statement. Uche could have made the statement for him.
Yeah, that would have been the better course.
That would have solved everything right there. Then he could have said it, and it would have been no issue. Zack Snyder could have been a better public speaker. He could have seen in advance that if I make this statement and that statement, and I think that the second statement would have come anyway. As Jeremy showed in his video, it was almost a word-for-word copy of something that Kevin Smith said in another video, just like to address something that happened. Uche didn't think about it because he knew that a statement like that was coming, and this was something that happened in his city that obviously affected him, so he didn't think any more of it. But it had the unintended effect when combined with the other statement that really nasty association was made. And since he, as we learned from Mr. H, wasn't paying attention to the chat because frankly he was monitoring everything else, which is also no small feat. There are many strings to pull there. Then he missed the reaction from the chat. He didn't see that, holy shit, this thing is really going out of control. If he had spotted that, if he had then made a correction right away, just like made a simple statement like, hey, Zach, like, I see people are thinking that, but you didn't really mean that, did you? Then that clarification would have solved everything right there and then. But instead, it carried on. And like the next guest, Ray Porter, was the one that kind of like had to smooth things over a little bit because he evidently saw the reaction of the chat. And it was at that point that donations started picking up again. And there you have like the series of events that had to go wrong, every single one of them, for things to spiral out of control the way that they did. The tragedy here is that there's no one link that is weaker than anything else, because it's a series of things. So like, what's the point in blaming it? The tragedy of it, though, is that Geeks and Gamers are the ones that have done something truly amazing in raising all of that money for charity. It's like an unbelievable amount. What was like more than $100,000?
103 or 104,000 when it's all said and done. But as I pointed out, it's really the only monetary way we have to see of anything of the Snyder Cut, because we're not going to see anything else.
Yeah, and that's unbelievable. And for their efforts, they are being dragged through the mud.
And that's why I think they're being dragged through the mud. If you want to get to the next part here, because let's be real, all this stuff, we could go on all day of what could have been done, should have been done. I don't agree with everything that happened. I don't think anybody really does on either side of it. Yes, Uche could have handled it better. No, I don't think Uche should have been yelling at the audience. That was a big fucking stupid thing to do. And then you had all the other drama after that between EVS and Jeremy and everybody else. Do I enjoy that kind of shit? No. The last thing I like seeing is seeing other YouTubers making videos about YouTubers and calling them out and saying this, that, and the other. To me, that is the most childish shit I've ever seen. And all this was happening within days, not even a day of this all happening. It's like, dude, we need to wait and see what the fuck happens. And that's what I was saying from moment one, was the damage is done now. The rap article's out there. Yep. The only thing that can be done now is Zack Snyder either comes and says something or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, then all we can do is deal with it. And that's where we're at right now. Yep. And that's where, I mean, we might as well get past all the other stuff. Everybody's more, like I said before, I'm not going to try and change anybody's mind on anything. And you can think of us whatever the hell you want about us. But look, I'm Jeremy's friend. I've known Jeremy for a couple of years now, and I've known him personally. And I think he handled it the best he could with the time they were given and what had happened. As far as I know, he was trying to do everything within his power to get the goddamn logo off, to try and get this to go off without a hitch. And I think the biggest issue was when Zack come in and said this, that just killed the momentum of not just the charity stream, which is, let's be real, that's the biggest issue here, is that everybody's overlooking the fact, like you just said, Andre, that they raised over $100,000 for suicide prevention in just a matter of days. Mm-hmm. And then that's being overlooked and just kind of forgotten about. But it could have been more because Zack killed the momentum when he come in and said that shit. And then that's my bigger question is, now that you have a divided fan base over this stuff, how badly did that hurt the Snyder Cut overall in general? Because I know a few people who are on that stream who have not seen the movie yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I think that that whole thing tainted the movie for many. And the sad thing is that many of those are like really hardcore fans that have been spearheading the Snyder Cut movement since day one, and now it's tainted for them. Which is incredibly unfortunate. But also the bigger thing isn't just that one charity stream. If you take it back to Geeks and Gamers, now there's another article that's out there that's painting them as something nasty that completely changes what they did. I mean, that's rewriting history in practice. And what's going to remember, like we in our community, we will remember what actually happened. We will remember what the money raised. If someone not inside the sphere of YouTube, if they were to Google Geeks and Gamers a year from now, or Jeremy 2 years from now, or whatever, that rap article, it's what's going to come up without any further context.
And I hate, our community coming up in news articles like this and being the news like this. I'd rather be something positive. Like, I'd rather be sitting here talking about the fact that, we shook Hollywood by raising all that money. But they don't want that. That's not what the media wants. They want to write the other kind of things. Now, Nick, we were dealing with this all the other night. And again, I don't want to drag on with this stuff because there's other stuff we want to talk about anyway. But I just want to give you a chance to kind of chime in because I know, like you said, we hung out with Jeremy a little bit on stream for a while and then afterwards too and talked to him. And again, we're not going to probably get into too much of what he said afterwards, but just kind of I just want to give you a shot to give your feelings on this real quick. And again, I don't want to drag on too much about it either.
Yeah, I agree with what Tom was saying. I think Jeremy did the best he could. Even himself, looking back on it, there's things that he would have changed. This is really the first time he's really been in this kind of a situation before, so it was a learning experience for him. He recognizes mistakes made by him and his team in the whole process. But like Tom, I think Jeremy did the best that he knew how to do in the moment it was happening. And I can't fault him for that. And also like Tom, Jeremy's been a friend to us in our channel since the beginning. He's supported us and I literally have nothing bad to say about Jeremy at all. And ultimately, the money was raised for the charity. That is the positive thing to come out of this, despite anything else that happened. That money is going to go to people that are in need, people that are struggling with things in life and that sort of stuff. And, in our space, in our world, this is the news, because it's kind of happening in our community, but that money raised is going to change people's lives for the better. So it sucks that the way it all went down. But it is what it is, and we'll move on from here and take it as a lesson learned.
Yeah. Rob, anything to say on it? He liked it better than Cats. He'll watch it again and again. He said be right back. Andre, anyway, your final thoughts and moving on to some super chats so we get past this business.
Final thoughts is that we can't really do much about the response from publications like The Wrap, which are determined to take down Geeks and Gamers and everyone around them anyway, because they're out for blood. What we can do, I think, is just realize that what happened was a tragic alignment of circumstances, which falls into the category shit sometimes happens. And the best thing that we as a community can do with that, I think, is to learn from what happened and take collective take some collective lessons for what we all can do if such a situation were to arise again, where there are some applicable lessons to learn from those. And then we all have to move on. The best thing that we can do is basically to be united, to continue to do charity streams. And I know that many now are tainted, or that this whole Snyder cut is tainted for them. But I do hope that for those that happened to, that they will be able to move on from that and see that this is an occasion where AT&T, not Warner, but AT&T actually gave what they wanted. Loads of money were raised for charity. And in the process, the hostile media that were hostile to begin with found something more to be hostile about. But still, move on and let's quit the drama between YouTubers, because no good can come from that.
Yeah. Can I add one quick thing?
Go for it.
Another thing I kind of wanted to mention is, and EVS kind of talked about this on our stream and on his own, but just on the charity stuff, despite whatever good anyone in this community tries to do with charity or whatever, people are still going to find ways to spin it. I have literally seen content creators out there, and Tom probably knows exactly who I'm talking about, who have literally made videos saying that all this charity stuff and all these charity streams is literally a shield to cover up for our isms and phobes and us being garbage people and all that sort of stuff, and how it's just a front and a shield. And it's sort of like, those weirdos on that side, you can literally not do anything right for them to say, yeah, they did a good thing here. It's always going to be spun in a negative direction.
Of course.
I mean, all we can do is what we can do. And,
and the thing is most of our real charity is stuff we don't even talk about. That's true charity. And I mean, I know Jeremy has done things that he's never told us about, and he never will. I've done stuff that I'll never talk about and never will, because it's just, that's the real charity. But when you have to get behind something to help push it, that's a little different. Yeah. And we do what we can when we can. And that's one thing that you can say whatever you want about it, but that's one of the reasons why I keep saying they go after Drunk 3PO first and foremost, because he's one of the best of us, because they found out that he was doing all this stuff behind the scenes that he wasn't telling anybody about, and nobody knew all this shit about him. And then it kind of got out there, and then, of course they go after him. Because why? Because he's one of the best examples of us. That's why. And that's why I say the first thing they'll do is go after the most powerful and the most vulnerable. And in the most vulnerable ones they go after the ones that will make their narrative not true. So that's generally where they focus on, the minorities and the women and stuff like that. And we just saw it this last week with Trillium, who is a smaller YouTuber who does nothing but talk about games and gardening. And then she is so like the most intimidating YouTuber you'll ever find, but yet they try to cancel her because she said something about Naughty Dog. Like that's my point, is they don't care. They just it's as Jeremy said when he come on here the other day, fuck Hollywood, right? Yeah. Fuck Hollywood. That's where I'm at with this shit. And Randy, you're not wrong here, probably not to jump super chats, because we're gonna get to the other ones again here. He says the left gatekeeps charity. Thank you, Nick, for saying it. And Nick's not wrong. That's kind of what it is. They don't like the idea of, and again, I think a lot of their tactics are to stop us from doing that. You're definitely right about that. But yeah, anybody else have anything to add before we get to super chats?
Nope.
I got nothing, so let's get into the super chats. And now we're going back a little bit. So those of you who have been waiting for your super chat to be mentioned can't bring it up on screen, but maybe it's coming now. Troy Pacelli says for $5, much as I love Frank's Koala song, I nominate I Look Good on You by that good-looking bald guy for outro music. And John Parson says HBO Max should reboot the series The Invaders from the 60s. Rob, are you familiar with The Invaders?
Not really.
Not one I'm familiar with either.
I'm not either.
I bet you Robert Meyer Burnett would know about it.
Oh, he knows about it. He'd probably tell you
sure.
the director, the writer,
how many episodes?
Yeah.
Where they were filmed?
6. Yeah, where they were filmed.
Yeah, the sound guy's name.
The color.
I have to say that when we did our own charity stream, when that whole debacle with the Snyder Cut stream went down, then we had our Blood In, Blood Out reunion panel with the director, the cast, and everything in support of the Latino theater. And then we reached the limit of our streaming platform because more people showed up than we thought. In fact, more people than could be on the panel. So what happened was that some people are just going to have to wait. And I was very, very happy that Robert Meyer Burnett was there so that I could relinquish my place and let him carry on hosting duties because he knows more details than I did. So yeah, never underestimate Robert Meyer Burnett's detailed knowledge about everything. So he stepped in as host on a moment's notice, and he handled it amazing, better than I could with detailed knowledge about that tree and everything. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, check out our Blood In, Blood Out reunion stream. And then Michael Dice says, Man of Steel meh. BVS dislike. Hated theatrical Justice League. I liked Snyder Cut. Held my attention. Wouldn't mind seeing more. Not holding my breath. Healthy attitude right there. Roger Haynes says, an extended Revenge of the Sith would be nice. Agent Rude says, Star Wars is doomed as long as Kathleen Kennedy is in charge. Oh yeah, truer words were never spoken.
Wrong.
And Hyper Guyver 2 says, thanks to Andre's passion for Conan on this channel, I am now attempting to complete my entire 1970 run of Conan the Barbarian. Just scored issue 1. Awesome! Congrats! I hope you will. Hope you have read them before, and that you will enjoy them. But awesome! Keep going and let me know what you think about them. And Qui-Gon says for 200 Indian rands. Is that it? I have to double check that. What's the name of the Indian currency again? I should know this. Right? Is that it?
And Andre stops the show dead.
Yeah, this is the. Moving on. Anyway, 200 Indian currency. Whatever the name of that currency
rupees,
was.
they're saying in the chat.
Rupees, yes, thank you. Indian rupees, that's what I was looking for. And then he says, in reference to what I said before, for those who came in late. Nice touch, Andre. The Phantom was as popular in India as it is in the Nordics. Tusen takk for all your hard work. From a former resident of Oslo. Oh, thank you. And thank you for noticing. I've been waiting for people to notice why I use that particular phrasing, and you caught it. So kudos and thumbs up. And Krusty Moko says, thank you for Midnight's Edge live streams. I listen to you at work and you provide quality moments of levity. Oh, well, thank you for listening.
We try.
We're glad to be of service. Yeah, we try. And then GEC812 says for $5 Australian, love Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers, but Jeremy should have been upfront with audience and fans at the time when Geeks and Gamers was stepping back from fundraiser. They could have controlled the narrative. Yeah. Again,
that's the thing is, as far as I know, they had kind of stepped back. It was the whole oversight of the logo being on the website, which he took responsibility for, even though it was whoever was doing the website forgot to take it down, even though they were told to take it off there. Yeah. And again, Jeremy did what any leader has to do, and that was take the blame for his team on that one. So I can't fault him on that.
Yeah, no, the Jeremy has done this as good as anyone could, and it's very easy to, in retrospect, point to what could have been done differently. But at the time, he wanted to slowly phase Geeks and Gamers out without making a huge fuss about it, which is a decision that I completely and utterly understand. And again, Lucasfilm would be lucky to have someone like him in charge, or even him directly. Yeah. And Ninty5 sent us 2 super chats. One saying, "Dude, this is the most depressing channel," and the other one, "You guys are downers, like calling IT department."
Not my fault. This is what the news is.
You call the IT department. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Rob. No.
So you call the IT department. What do you get? Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah. Could you unplug it and plug it back in?
Are you sure that it's plugged in?
Yeah. Are you sure that it's plugged in?
Yeah. And but it's a fair comparison though, because and if it is plugged in, then they have to reboot the whole thing and delete everything on the hard drive.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And I apologize. I'm very low energy this morning, guys. So that's part of it too. I apologize.
Well. But some people find some enjoyment in what we do. Ninty thinks it's depressing, but we thank you for your support in any way, and we appreciate the feedback. And then MB says for 10 Polish zloty, Andre, you mentioned you had bad Stargate news. Well, here's like the thing, that they're not official yet. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But there are some talks, some talks of which nothing solid has happened yet, but there are talks of rebooting Star Trek. And the ones that would be doing that rebooting, they are kind of naughty, and they're associated with, like artificial life forms, like, like robots, like bad robots, So yeah, potentially very, very bad news. But we shall see what happens there. Meanwhile, we have Paulie joining us. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, Paulie?
Hey, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you may be.
What's up with your audio, Paulie?
I have the Slant Studios is connected to the washer and dryer.
I thought you were just doing some music in the background.
Multi-purpose studio.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna create those barn doors like on a rail, so I can. Yeah, I have like
it's not that bad.
No, it's like also to the washer and dryer. There's the little doggy center with treats and everything. So it's like Romy comes in here. Like
wanting food and snacks.
It just never fails every time. And she knows the nights that I live stream never fails.
Well, welcome, Paulie. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Nick?
We're just hitting some super.
Hey. Doing good.
Yeah. So, moving on with the super chats. Fat Steven Seagal says, "Hail to the sexy panel and Tom. Give me 500 sandwiches."
Now it's sandwiches.
What the fuck? And Tom, I love the way Andre reads them.
Look, Fat Steven. That was Fat Steven, I'm assuming.
It is Fat Steven.
Yeah, it is. Fat
You and
Steven.
me,
Yeah.
baby, ain't nothing but mammals. That's all I'm going to say.
And Francisco Sanchez Jr. says, for $10, as someone who watched it in one sitting, like most superhero movies, I will not watch it again. Also, it's an extremely torrented movie, probably in the hundreds of thousands. Now,
that's
that would
not
not
good.
surprise. That would not surprise me in the slightest.
This is
And
one of
that's
those
part of their own
situations.
fault because it's HBO Max and they're not available everywhere.
Well, it got online early, but
Yeah, that too.
this is one of those situations where piracy could hurt any future endeavors.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And I cannot confirm nor deny that is how I watched the movie.
You just didn't have to say anything then. I mean, I enjoy HBO Max. It's one of the better services. The problem is its structure. It's laid out poorly. There's a lot of good shit on there. It's just hard to get to, and their quality varies on whatever you're watching it on. So as soon as they get it all updated, that'd be nice. Then maybe things will be a lot better on there. But otherwise, I did hear they are doing a lesser package, so it's not as expensive, but you will get stuck watching commercials. So
How much is it?
that's $14.99
Yeah.
A month?
a month. Yeah, it's one of the more
Oh,
expensive
hell.
ones. And then, but I'm assuming like the commercial version will probably be closer to $6.99 or $7.99 probably.
I remember years ago when Netflix was really cheap and then they went up. That's when I got rid of my Netflix account.
Yeah, Netflix ain't far behind them. Yeah, and even Austin backs me up here. HBO has a lot of great stuff. But that's the thing is, and it's not just the HBO stuff too. They got all the Turner Classic and the Cartoon Network and all that kind of stuff on there too. And even a lot of the DC stuff. So there you go. But moving on.
Moving on, we have GEC 812 says for $2 Australian, end 2019 12 MTH 3D plus with Verizon. How many will cancel? I literally just read what it said there. So if you deciphered it, then good for you. I did not. Yeah. And then, but thank you for the support anyway, GOC812, although I didn't understand what you were saying. And Zyme Gameplay says, is it true Warner will not give Green Lantern to Zack Snyder DC-verse? I think that's a truth with modifications, because here's like the thing. Before Zack Snyder can come back and use the Green Lantern, he has to come back, period. What I have heard is that Warner doesn't want to use the Hal Jordan Green Lantern under any circumstance, because they think he's a joke now after the Ryan Reynolds movie from... It's actually 10 years ago now. But if a deal is made, and that's a big if, but if it happens, if AT&T hires Snyder to return to continue the Snyder-verse, and then he says, I want me a Green Lantern, I think he's going to get it. I don't think that they have the power to stop him. Not if AT&T says otherwise. That's my thoughts on that. Any other contrary opinions on that?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I think they're just hell bent to use Jon Stewart.
Michael Miller just sent in 14 South African rands. It says, breaking, Warner Brothers says no air cut will be coming. If that's official,
that's bad
that's
news
not
for
a good
the Snyder
sign.
Cut. Nope.
That's not a very good sign at all.
Nope,
Yeah.
that's a horrible sign for the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, I don't know if that's official, so don't take that. Yeah, I mean, if you can send me something, Mills, on Twitter or Facebook or something, and it's official on that, then that'd be great. But yeah, if that's true, that is not a good sign for the Snyder.
That is a disastrous sign if they say that so clearly that it won't be forthcoming. Horrible sign right there.
But yeah, moving on in the process.
Moving on. Let's see. Uber B-Man says, do we know who it was exactly from within AT&T that reached out to Zack Snyder? I don't remember if names were mentioned in the past. No, what we do know is that Zack Snyder has supporters within AT&T. What we don't know is exactly who is the one who's the fan there. That we don't know. What we do know is that in a maximum humiliation to Toby Emmerich, the people at AT&T were the ones that contacted Toby Emmerich, and they told him to contact Zack Snyder, the one that you really screwed over before, and work with him to make it happen. So that's how that happened. But exactly who is the Snyder fan within AT&T? Don't know. Valiant Renegade says, as someone who was not a Justice League fan when it first came out, I am, so far, enjoying this Snyder version much more. But God help them with JJ there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, Valiant Renegade.
Indeed. We'll talk about that momentarily. But Master Clockwork also says, the Snyder Cut was decent, but dear God, it could have been cut down. You really feel that 4 hours. Also, that felt more like Wally West Flash, in my opinion. And Michael Dietsch says...
other people have said that too.
Yeah. And Michael Dietsch says, Joker wasn't canon. Plus, DC has a long history of Elseworlds. Also, everything's relative. Did HBO Max have any other strong draws before now? Well, Tom, you have HBO Max. What other strong draws do they have outside?
They got a great library of films, television. I mean, I've got a lineup of things I want to watch that I just don't have time to watch on there, of classic films that I've wanted just from the Turner Classics section, not to mention all the stuff that's on there from HBO and, you know, all the other stuff that Warner's has. But it appears to be the case here. Suicide Squad Error Cut will not be developed for HBO Max. Warnermedia CEO addresses restore the Snyder-verse.
Warnermedia CEO.
Yeah.
So not AT&T. Well, of course, he's kind of like bound them to it, but I find it very interesting.
Well, depends on who says it. And Sarnoff said this, so I appreciate that they love Zach's work, and we are very thankful for his many contributions to DC, she stated. We're just so happy that we could bring his cut of Justice League to life, because that wasn't the plan until a year ago. With what comes the completion of his trilogy, we're very happy we've done this, but we're very excited about the plans we have for all the multidimensional DC characters that are being developed right now. Then when asked about the Air Cut, we won't be developing an Air Cut. So yeah, there you go. Doesn't sound too promising.
Yeah, no, that's not a great start, because if they had been super thrilled with the reception to the Snyder Cut, I would expect them to jump straight on the Air Cut, because that's something that could be gotten to quickly.
Allow me to counter my contrarian narrative all day long. This is from Ann Sarnoff, though. You did make a point there, Andre. This isn't from anybody on the AT&T side of things, but that's still not a good sign.
Yeah. Now, these are the same people that have been saying for years there will be no Snyder Cut. And then there was a Snyder Cut when AT&T said that there was going to be. So the question is this statement right here cleared with AT&T? That I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of what I'm saying. So don't take it as a complete loss, but yeah.
Not a great sign.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, not a great sign there.
Because let's be clear, the air cut would be so much easier and cheaper for them to put out.
Oh yeah. That could be done.
big time.
That to me was going to be one of those things where I was going to say too, like, you want a clear sign if this was going to happen or not. That would be it. One of them.
Yeah.
So David Ayer.
Yeah, the
Yes.
David Ayer cut of the Suicide Squad. Yeah.
On a air note, I recommend the movie The Tax Collector. Great action crime drama from last year.
Is there any Paul? Is there any karate in it?
No, but Shia LaBeouf is a cholo and there's guns and shooting.
You lost me. Okay.
Well, there's guns and shooting.
Guns and shooting and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I got you a better. Is Shia LaBeouf's character on the receiving end of that shooting?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now things you're looking up. Okay.
Yeah, it's not he's actually not the lead. He's really not in it a lot, but he's got a cool little role. But Air created a new myth. The tax collector didn't suck, Wolfie. You
And I'm
stop
the
it, you.
tax man.
That was a fun flick.
I had somebody get really pissed off at me. He says, "Well, why does it have to have karate in it to be a good movie?" I'm like, "Hey, it's not my fault. Your standards are so low."
Clearly, they don't get the joke. But anyway, whoops.
That's maybe another cast we can get in here soon.
Which one?
Tax collectors got everyone from George Lopez to Jimmy Smits. It's kind of like
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Okay. So I was about to say thanks to our mod Natasha for that translation. So that's been working on that. We'll see.
You're sure it doesn't say the soup has squid in it?
I'm trusting her that it doesn't. She could be playing a horrible prank on us.
How much would you guys like this shirt? Give me some ones in the chat and let's see if we can make it happen.
Show them the other one too while we're at it.
That's badass.
That's one of them. I like this one better.
I want that one
that's on screen.
Tom, I want that one now, or you do not get the vinyl of Billy Music.
All right, I'll make sure you get that. I prefer this design. The other design is this. This one I think is a little too.
Oh, the Japanese sun.
Yeah.
Rising Sun. Yeah. Well, they're both the Rising Sun. Just a little two different
Right.
variations.
One's a little more rising.
I like
the
the
other.
first one.
Can I see the first one again?
Yeah.
One or two. Can I
One
see
or
one
two.
again?
Oh.
I think that one will fit better on a shirt.
Yeah, that one might look.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
think
I'd agree with
definitely
that.
the way to go for a shirt. Then that's the way to go. Absolutely.
The other one would be good for like
Actually,
a back window car
right back.
sticker.
Yeah, or a poster or something like that. Yeah. Well, we got a few ones in the chat. We got 3.
Yeah, and Natasha saying have the Japanese check though, or let me actually do that. Yeah, well, we won't until you give the okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
we're gonna change this a little bit. I told
Yeah.
him, obviously we need the background gone. The writing's got to be in white.
It should be. It's a PNG file. It should be the.
For some reason, that's how it came through to me. But
well, yeah. When it's not on a background, I think Windows 10 just fills it in as white.
Yeah, but we need the writing in white anyway, or it's not going to show up well on a shirt.
I'm working on that.
Put it with white with black outline, so in case somebody gets a white shirt, of course.
That actually says.
And yes, Grand Admiral Thrawn, they do in our store. Mm-hmm. Because I'm a fat kid.
See,
okay, I'm back.
I'm thinking the Monty Python bit, though. The inaccurate translations. Will you please fondle my buttocks?
So if it's on a black shirt, that'll work. If you put that one
but you'd have to
shirt.
do like the whole thing. Like that's the thing is, I don't know if they do it like that. It'd probably just be a section.
That design remind me of this shirt. I love this shirt.
we got votes for 1.5.
I don't know what that means.
And I'm doing my best Robert impersonation. How do I look?
Rob.
Nobody.
Oh,
you
Rob?
said Robert.
Oh, Rob.
He usually wears the beanie thing though.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No, you have your beanie, and then you're kind of usually like you just like got up from bed.
Ole vato, what's happening?
No laughs. Okay, all right.
All right.
Tim
Rob.
Pool.
Oh God.
Rob's off his kilter.
News today that Donald Trump. Yeah, that's that's simple. And as we see, the election was rigged against Donald Trump. Tim Pool.
Be careful with what you say there, because we're going to get this whole thing taken down.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
Tim Pool. Yeah.
that's dangerous words right there. So.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about being on this panel. It's very, very toxic. I don't know what I'm saying.
we are very toxic, though.
Yeah,
Well,
so
Krusty Moko's here.
And later tonight, you can get your load of toxic females on Toxic Femininity at 9 p.m. Central, only on Midnight's Edge.
Indeed. And before then, we have a few more super chats to run through before we run into a next topic. KitKat sends us a birthday cake super sticker, no doubt to remind us all that today is William Shatner's 90th birthday. Imagine that. And he's still as fresh and fit as when he was 80. So I'm going to say there, but yeah.
I may be 90, but the body and mind say 18.
And Gaijin Grimpora says for $10, I sent it twice on accident because I didn't know if it registered. I'm sorry, but I do have to say I enjoyed both the Donner cut of Superman 2 and Man of Steel equally. And I say thank you for your support in either event before Tom has a fit over the two of them being given equal praise.
And I say check out Priceline.com.
Andre, there used to be a liquor advert in America where at the end they would say thanks for your support. That's what it always reminds me
of. No, actually, I mean I guess there's a small argument to be made about this. I mean, I loved the original Superman 2 for years. That was the first Superman movie I saw. I remember
That's the first Superman movie I saw too.
Go ahead, Paulie.
No, I just wanted to wish Shatner a happy birthday by saying a line from Blood In, Blood Out. I was Star Trekking in the Twilight Zone.
I was Star Trekking in the Twilight Zone.
God, so many great lines.
Culture Casino reminds us that Paulie hit 1K. Congratulations, buddy.
Yes, congrats, Paulie.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
We'll have a party tomorrow night. Party time. Thanks, Culture.
All night long.
All night long.
All night.
All right. And then, let's get back to some super chats, because again, we have more to talk about, but some super chats before we get to it. Stephen Alton says, we may have gotten the movie released, but we got backhanded for it. Yeah, that was pretty nasty right there. Warwolf says for $10, we got that one already. Patrick Mulligan says, Man of Steel is one of the worst when it comes to writing. And Qui-Gon says for another 100 Indian rupees, remember this time, maybe this has been brought up before, but Superman the Animated Series did a better Batman v Superman than Snyder. I cannot digest an alcoholic, non-intelligent Batman. Yeah, I raised that point before. When I was watching Superman the Animated Series, at least a few episodes of it, just the last few years for the first time, I was horrified to have to admit that this is better than anything on the big screen. And General Sod says, yeah, you're all wrong. Sod cannot be killed, showing this is fiction, indeed. And Royal Reviews sent us a $5 super chat with no message attached, so thanks to that. And Patrick Mulligan says, why not fly Sod back to space? Would have worked. No, it wouldn't, because Sod can fly too, and can fly himself.
Well, if it's in the Man of Steel version, he has that suit on, so it would make no difference. But if it's the one from the Donner version, maybe he could, but I don't think it matters. Because they would just,
Have we talked at all about Superman and Lois?
No, but a lot of people are
good.
loving it. I want to check it
Yeah.
out. I know they're going on a hiatus here, so now's about the time to probably do so.
Yeah,
And
this is a
I'm
good
on,
time to get into it.
Yeah, I'm.
But we have something else to get into as well. Just like 2 super chats from now. So just give me 1 second here. Kit Kat says for another £5 I still have that wonderful video in which Rob repeats, "It's a rock collapsing with helpless laughter." It's a classic. So yeah, and now you have it too, Rob.
Yeah. I couldn't find it for some reason. I was looking at the wrong title. Which is why. But yeah,
Right.
oh yeah.
And then Michael Miller says for 14 South African runs. And this ties right into the next thing that I wanted to talk about today, which is also related to the world of DC. Are we talking about Batwoman recasting Rose again? Because for those that didn't hear, there actually is a recasting in process. This story has been covered quite a few places. It has, among other places, been covered by Bounding into Comics. I shall send the link for that in the private chat, Tom, so you can bring it up on screen.
Yeah. It's official. It's on Deadline too, Andre.
Yeah, but this is when I had even better still. But that's what happens here. And the CW Batwoman recasts Kate Kane, which I take it must be the name of this character. I've never seen it, so I don't know. Despite saying that they wouldn't. And then it says the CW decided to go ahead and recast Kate Kane in Batwoman, despite previously saying they would not recast the character after Ruby Rose's departure. But TV Line reports that Wallace Day, known for the Royals and Krypton, will be taking over as Kane when she returns from the dead. She is going to be altered in some way, according to Batwoman showrunner Caroline Dries. Wallace Day is going to be playing our altered version of Kate Kane, and she's an amazing actress, Dries told TV Line. I'm excited for you guys to see the journey that she endures. So I ask you guys, are you excited to see the journey that Kate Kane endures? Or
Well, I can
is it
answer
really
quickly.
Something to endure?
I haven't seen 1 minute of the show yet, and unless you start paying me to watch it, it ain't gonna happen.
I'll take career killing decisions for 400, Alex.
What I think is funny is, didn't we get some reports coming out of Ruby Rose's camp that she was more than willing to come back?
Oh yeah,
You did?
Yeah, she said
I
that
saw
through
something
her
out there on that.
McDonald's fries that she
Oh
was
my-
handing to a customer.
And now we know why she said that, because she had learned that her role was being recast. I now think that she probably thought that they're going to come crawling back to me to settle this here storyline. And then she got word that they're looking for a recasting, and that's when the story leaked that, hey, I'll come back, pay me and I'll come back.
Hey.
And they were like, no, we don't think so. And they proceeded to recast. To me, that says they don't want her. And Nick, we haven't heard from you for a little while, so I want to hear your thoughts on this. How excited are you for the recasting of Kate Kane?
Weren't we just hearing last week that the show was canceled?
No, it got renewed for a third
Yeah.
season or whatever.
Oh, okay,
No,
all right.
No, that
all
was news. The third season renewal was a few weeks ago. And the
Yeah, I don't
cancellation
know
was
how
last week.
that's. I don't know how that story
So
came
I'm
out.
so
that it had been
confused
canceled.
with this.
I was going to say,
I
unless
like
you were misinterpreted the renewal as a cancellation, maybe.
Okay,
Because that show is uncancelable.
yeah, I thought I saw the quartering do a video.
We got this covered, Rand. We got this covered, Rand, with that story. That's where
okay.
that came from. So
Okay, gotcha. All right, so yeah,
that's all you got to say. We got this covered. It's dismissed.
Well, so I watched the very first episode of the show when it first came out, and I watched half of the second episode, and I was like, man, I can't do this anymore, because really, I was watching it just to see really how bad it was. And I couldn't even finish the second episode, and I have not gone back since. I know ETEP over on his channel covers it, and I've talked to him on his streams before, and he's like, I am struggling watching the show to review it for the channel. I'm like, good God, dude, why are you torturing yourself like this? Move on to something else. But yeah, I can't. I don't even know why this show even exists. I mean, I haven't seen any hard data on the numbers, but they got to be in the toilet. I mean, I think we probably get more views on our channel than that show probably gets.
I think so too. So, yeah, Paulie, how excited are you for this recasting?
I'm so excited and so confused. Not really, but the thing is that Ruby Roses has a pretty big following, like her or not. And I mean, I tried to see 15 minutes. I saw 15 minutes of episode 1 of the new one, the new season, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And not that I could take it before, because I never watched it before, but I do know that Ruby Rose has a big following. So there you have it.
Do you know how they replaced her? Do you know what the circumstance was in the story that she got replaced? That the new Batwoman, the new quote Batwoman, yeah.
Didn't she in the storyline?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't she crash and then the girl found her costume by her van?
Yeah, for those who don't remember, he's not lying. He's not
wrong.
Lying. No, she literally the costume fell out of the sky, and she found it in the dirt near where she lives in a van down by the river. Yeah, I'm not making that shit up. It's like they've never seen Saturday Night Live.
Okay, you know what? I have to ask on behalf of the international audience who also really haven't seen Saturday Night Live. I've heard everyone saying "down by the river." Please explain that reference to everyone out there. That's
okay. Chris Farley. Do you know who Chris Farley is?
What the hell you're talking about?
Do you know who Chris Farley is?
Yes, I know who Chris Farley is.
Okay, Chris Farley had a character called Matt Foley, motivational speaker, and he was this guy who would come in and talk to kids or whoever about some stupid shit. And his whole motivation was if you don't change your ways, you're going to wind up like me living in a van down by the river.
But he was like big, loud, fat, and boisterous.
Yeah.
Screaming it.
Man, you guys like to smoke the
But
pots.
there's a just a social connection with living in your van down by the river, as
keep
not
smoking
a good one.
the pots and you'll be living in a van down by the river.
It's just, there's more than enough clips on YouTube.
Trust me, the last thing you want is to be
but I can check it. But on behalf of everyone else, I just asked.
And then to add to that, Andre,
that it was good.
Add to that, the character is on parole. She's an ex-con.
Yeah, and she just happens to be a martial arts expert.
She's but no one will hire her. No dojo will hire her because of her criminal record. I mean, it is.
They play the full victimization card. Yeah, she got kicked out of her apartment when her mom was killed by evil white members of the Alice gang there, or as I call her, Raging Karen. Yeah, so I mean, it's every conceivable stereotype imaginable, all played to the hilt. It's unbelievable how bad it is. It really is.
And I would love to play the clip because a few people are saying it, but normally we wouldn't care about a copyright claim, but NBC is harsh. They will probably shut her ass down.
Yeah. So everyone that wants to see it and just look for it on YouTube, and I'm sure
I'll send Andre the best one, which would be that one I just did the lines from anyway. But
or if you have a certain motion, you could check it daily at another website.
I think we're good, Dad. I don't think we're going to do any more drugs anymore. Yeah, I think we're going to clean our lives up.
Someone said in the chat, Cobra Kai will take her.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foley. I think that's all we need. Oh, screw that. I'm moving in with you guys.
Oh, and the only job she can get is bartending at a gay bar. So they even played up even more.
Wow.
So that's the wokiness of it.
As I said, they made the show completely uncancelable because anyone that tries to even bring up, but this has no viewers, it's costing us loads of money. They're going to be like, if you cancel this, all the Twitterati is going to go down your neck like crazy. So they made it completely uncancelable out of fear.
I think they get like fewer than. I think they only get around 400,000 live viewers an episode now, which is pathetic.
Oh, they only get like a 0.1 or whatever it is, share or whatever you call it.
I have to say that numbers like that are bad for Norway.
It's in like the hundreds of thousands of viewers. It's horrid.
Yeah, in a nation of what, 5 or 6 million people. Yeah,
5 million.
Yeah,
and those numbers are bad for here.
Yeah, this show I refuse to watch it.
Az, I feel so bad for Az. He puts himself through such pain watching it.
Yeah.
Are you fucking mental?
Speaking of pain, I just want to point this out. Proper Justin, at the request of us, is finally watching Deliverance.
Oh, the poor
man.
I
saw that. He was watching it for the first time.
I pressured that poor little bastard, but he deserves this.
Tom, you sick mother effer.
Well, everybody needs to see it at some point. That's all I'm gonna say. Have you? I take it. I'm sure you've seen Deliverance, right, Andre?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay,
of course I have. Yeah. Squeal like a pig. Yeah.
That's
I
right.
know it.
Make it
Tom, you got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
I have to say, like the South Park version of it was the
best. I'm a bad person. It wasn't just me. Okay, it wasn't just me.
So yeah, that's what they all say. It wasn't just me. I blame the others too.
There was others involved. I'm not going to say names, but they know who they are. And one of them's on the stream and not here. Because that was the way I was going to introduce that earlier. Is I found script. We got a piggy from Krusty Mako there. Or Moko. Sorry, Moko.
Krusty Moko. What's wrong with you, Tom?
Krusty Moko. I can't read. I need new glasses.
Moko's a booger.
But is it summary, though?
Yeah, you guys didn't know that?
No, but now I do.
Oh, Krusty Moko's a booger. Yeah, a Moko is a booger. So, like, if someone's like a booger head, you know, kind of like acting all boogerish, we call them a mocoso.
I'm gonna call Rob that all the time.
Oh yeah, Rob's total as a total mocoso.
We're gonna have so many Spanish nicknames and everything going forward. It could be hilarious.
He's teaching me swear words, Andre.
If you put up Krusty's his handle again, Gary says Mako too. Krusty's that's Pancho Villa.
Yeah,
as far as his with the big sombrero.
Pancho Lefty.
Yeah. Krusty's my hero. Krusty Moko.
All right. So, yeah, Deliverance still isn't as disturbing as The Last Jedi. This is a very true statement. Back to Super Chats, Andre.
Yes, back to Super Chats. Just going to find out exactly. Ah, there we were. Roll Titan says, Chick-fil-A teabags Popeye's forehead.
Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, yeah. Chick-fil-A. It's a chicken restaurant sitting here in America.
Yeah, I know. It's extremely based from what I understand.
Yeah.
So I have to go there sometime. And Royal Review says, not a fan of Zack Snyder, but I just want a Justice League sequel where Darkseid has the invasion and the Justice League face him. I wouldn't mind that either. And Mags has some words of wisdom, saying, mad respect and support for geeks and gamers. Hopefully, this is a teachable moment and a lesson learned moving forward for all of us. Indeed. 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser says, every time there is a DC movie coming out with Zack attached, there is always some sense of stigma tied to it. Well, it certainly will be now. And Germwiz says, need to start directory. Shooters, editors, production, costume, art, etc. Same for writers, directors, talent, producers. Hire from within and make our own. So yeah, that's make the movies yourself and find the talent. Felicity Poubelle says for $10, thank you so much. I appreciate that Geeks and Gamers apologized because he is in charge. None of this should have happened. Too much leeway given to Snyder and not the fans. I won't forget this, and it leaves a horrible taste. And I understand that completely. Stephen Otten says, between Jeremy's video and Andre's explanation, I consider the matter closed. In the end, the charity won, and that's the important thing. Absolutely. Sith's Aiton King says for $9.99, thank you so much. Would have been interesting if Uche had followed up with, to be clear, this stream is not affiliated with Black Lives Matter or any other groups. Zack's reaction would have been interesting. Yeah, but again, that's what he said. That and also Uche said that he has absolutely no stance on that matters. No one brings that up against him. But that's what he said, that he didn't want to start a fight in the stream. That's kind of like what prevented him from acting. And that clearly would have done that, although the reaction on his face probably wouldn't have been anything to laugh at. And if you thought that the headlines were bad now, imagine what they would have been then. Crispy Critter says for $10, Warner needed to torpedo this fan spawn juggernaut. This was a PR nightmare for them, had it gone flawlessly. Our game has to be tighter and straighter than theirs. Yeah, that's like the lessons learned. And Randy Wackenfeld says, the left gatekeeps charity. Thank you, Nick, for saying it. And Mag says, as Razorfist says, Hollywood hates you. So, what I say to Hollywood, koalas in the rain. We'll get there soon.
Koalas in the rain.
And Harry Nice Guy says for €5, nice lessons learned show today. I doubt something like that happens at the film studios these days, after they released another crap movie. And Fat Steven Seagal says, so let's do it like the Star Trek Discovery Channel. That's one for you, Tom.
Oh, it's on.
And Takano Hana 1 says for 50 Swedish krona, tack så mycket. I never ever thought I would say this, but I sort of liked the Snyder cut of Justice League. I did not really like any of the other films. I hear many say that. So, yeah, it seems that it has won many over.
I'm glad you enjoyed it
myself. Yeah.
And like I said, it is the best of the Snyder films. That's hard to argue with.
And that's actually high praise
in the DC universe.
Anyway, yeah.
And I would say it's worth watching at least one time. If you have even the slightest bit of interest in seeing this, I would say that it's worth watching through at least once.
Which one? I just got back.
The Snyder cut.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it, Paulie?
Yeah, I've seen it twice.
Okay, all right, cool deal.
You must have thought it was okay then, since you've seen it twice.
Well, I saw it once by myself, and then I saw it once with Romy. So, yeah, I liked a lot of parts of it. But then again, I like Coming to America, and I got a lot of shit for that. So there you go. Thanks, Tom.
It's your own fault for liking it. I can't help it. You have bad taste in movies.
What?
I'm kidding. Sometimes we just don't see eye to eye on movies. So
exactly.
But, other times,
and that's the beauty. We can discuss, and not everyone has to like the same. Myself, I'm a huge fan of Project Shadow Chaser, and I don't expect anyone else to be. for those wondering, if you've seen the Red Sonja video we put out last week, that's a clip of the guy shooting up the place. So awesome movie.
I loved Red Sonja back in the day, and I got a bone to pick with RMB on Iron Eagle because that movie's awesome, and he thinks it sucks.
You take my breath away with that comment.
Iron Eagle?
Yeah.
With the Queen song?
I was going to say, Iron Eagle has the better soundtrack. Fight me, motherfuckers. Fight me. Iron Eagle's got the better soundtrack.
I have to see Iron Eagle one of these days.
You've never seen it, Andre?
Nope.
Oh, good God, it's a classic. I love it. It's one of my favorite 80 movies.
Because it was always on VHS here, but I never got around to renting it. So it's never been on TV. I've never had to seek it out. So yeah, I have to seek it out. And then there's like, what, 4 of them or something?
I think so.
Yeah, the first one is the only one worth watching.
Yeah, the second, third, and fourth one are like all straight to video, if I remember.
Okay, fine. So ignore the sequels and stick with the first.
Exactly. But from what I remember growing up, I liked it better than Top Gun all around. So
yeah,
that reminds me. I have to see Top Gun one of these days.
You've never seen that either?
Nope.
Oh, good God, Andre. We got to fix that. You could literally do a video review of your first time watching both of those movies, and you would get like 100,000 views on it.
Oh, you know what I saw this morning?
Yeah, well, can do that.
I saw a reaction to someone watching Blood In, Blood Out for the first time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw there was something like that.
There's a bunch of them. I was really surprised by like a young generation. I like when
we need to get the word out there.
People are discovering the great movies of the past, and that is great. And Blood In, Blood Out so richly deserves that extra audience. Like it's a movie that I haven't been able to praise enough, and it was so funny when
they're the same soundtrack almost. Hyperguyver. Yeah. Well, I mean, over Top Gun. If I had to compare Top Gun to Iron Eagle, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Bring it up. Hyperguyver said that no Highlander has the best soundtrack.
Yeah, for those just listening, my bad. I forget to do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just skip Top Gun and watch Hot Shots. I think it's the much more entertaining film.
Part 2?
And
Part 2 is even better, yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen Hot Shots. I love Hot Shots.
The first film is pretty much Top Gun. Just making fun of it.
I know what it is, and I saw like someone also canceled me for not having seen it yet. So, no, as I said, there are a couple of like must-see movies that I haven't seen. That's not even the worst of them, but I'll refrain from saying the worst ones until I've actually seen them. Then I'll admit it.
Yeah, because I'd love to get your reaction or review of especially Iron Eagle for me, just because I love that movie so much. But
yeah, I'm sure that can be arranged.
Some of the others too.
You have to give me a chance to watch the Snyder cut first, though, because I'm like 1.5 hours into it.
Right,
I just have to finish it up. Accidental Taurus says, Iron Eagle, for one moment there are no missiles under the wings. Next moment there are many. Love that mid-air arming.
Hey, they can't afford to go back and reshoot that shit.
Dude, it could happen. It could happen.
The days before CGI.
And I know a ton of the backstory on the filming of that movie. I'm not going to get into it here, but there's a whole reason for a lot of that stuff.
Well, wait a minute. You got information. We want you to talk, bro. Come on.
I don't want to get off
topic.
I don't want to
cough it up. All right.
And also the Gamer and Geek says Discord Iron Eagle watch party. Halt that thought, because you may actually get your wish. That's actually something I've been thinking about doing. That may happen. That very well could happen. I've been wanting to get into Midnight's Edge watch parties, and that would be a good one for the second one. The first one is obviously going to be our good friend Tom Conkle's movie, but for the second one, Iron Eagle very well could be a candidate.
And for those who are misunderstanding, I'm not saying Iron Eagle is the greatest soundtrack ever. I'm just saying compared to Top Gun, which is the more well-known of the two.
Yeah,
I actually prefer Iron Eagle.
Argue with you, Tom.
Not you, but the audience always will. Yes,
That's
they
what I
love
mean.
to do it because they know it gets me going.
No, they even wanted us to fight a few minutes ago.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course, they want to see blood. So yeah.
Like Kung Fu High.
Mm. Hey, did you ever see Kung Fu Hustle?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
Did you guys like that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever seen Beverly Hills Ninja?
Of course, not so much liking that one. That's not one of Chris Farley's better. It has its moments, but
I so regret that Chris Farley never lived to do his Gru movie. Based on Sergio Aragonés comic book character, like Conan parody Gru. That actually was in development with Chris Farley set up to play him, and it never happened.
I didn't know.
That would have been awesome because Chris Farley was great, and Sergio Aragonés is fan-freaking-tastic. Polly, are you familiar with Sergio Aragonés?
Remind me.
I take that as a no. You are not familiar with him. He's a comic book artist. Has been doing loads of work for Mad Magazine, loads of like those parodies on famous movies. He has like done loads of Star Wars and stuff like that, and he has made Gru. So he's fantastic comic book creator. So his work is well worth checking out.
Did you know that Chris
Definitely
Farley
not my area of expertise.
was supposed to play Shrek as well?
We lost out with so much good stuff.
There's actually a pencil test out there.
What? Who? What? Where? How? What? Why?
They've got audio of Chris Farley doing the Shrek lines, and it's got it's not a pencil test per se. It's a storyboard test. But they actually have the audio done. It's kind of neat. It would have been a different Shrek, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Were you going to say something, Nick, before that? Sorry.
Oh, I just thinking about the Mad Max or the not Mad Max, the crap. What we were just talking about. Mad Magazine.
Iron Eagle or Mad Magazine.
Yeah, Mad Magazine.
Mad Magazine.
I started thinking about in the artisan stuff, Spy-verse Spy from back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Reading Mad Magazine, Spy-verse Spy was I freaking loved that series also.
Yeah. Mad Magazine used to be awesome, and then it went woke.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Super Chats.
Yes, back to Super Chats. We have Cultured Casino, who says, congrats to Mr. 1K Pauly. So, yeah, congratulations for that. And Ray Young 7.
Oh, was that the same one, or was that the one before?
Yeah, that's the same one. I just got to it here in the order, yeah. And Ray Young 74 says, then there's the adult version. Is there karate, T, and A in it? That's a different t-shirt right there.
Well, either it has to have karate or some TNA, or Rob don't care.
And that nobody guy says Shia can be a really good actor, though. Charlie Countryman, Honey Boy, Peanut Butter Falcon. He really shines in indie flicks. So, yeah, but still, he's so unlikable to quite a few. And Eagle Fang Karate, now that's a username right there, says for $5, is there any chance Disney or Fox or Sony can buy the rights to DC Cinematic Universe? I feel like all hope is lost and the fandom has been crushed. There is absolutely zero chance in hell of that happening. Nope. Forget all about
Disney. Yeah, you don't want Disney having it anyway.
Yeah. Now, here's like the thing. What you can hope for is that AT&T takes it completely away from all the people at Warnermedia, because they are the ones that, in my opinion, have been mismanaging the franchise. That is your hope there. that AT&T goes in, takes charge, and says, enough of this, we're taking this back under our control, or that they fire all the people that are there right now and get new people in to spearhead their DC universe. So I wouldn't give up all hope there. Under the current AT&T ownership, there is still hope for DC. I would say that. But they're just like Lucasfilm, they have like their own wing and division that they need to get rid of because they haven't been doing them a single favor. Your thoughts on that? Nick, let's begin with you.
Say that again. I was responding to a work email.
Oh, okay. No, I said like hope for DC going forward. In my opinion, there is hope because AT&T can go in and take it away from the people that have mismanaged it. Although they haven't done that completely, they've just like mandated the Snyder Cut. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, AT&T is the head honcho in this situation, and they can pretty much trump anything Warner wants or decides to try to do or wants to do. And if they see value there to make them money, I mean, they're gonna go ahead and do it. Now, I don't think we see, especially with the recent news and stuff, and not really getting any hard numbers on the views for the Snyder Cut. I don't see the Snyder-verse going forward. And I honestly, just to be honest, I don't know what they're doing with the DC universe. It's so confusing to me with all the different movies. It's like they try to go in one direction and then it doesn't really work. So they're like, all right, scratch that. Let's go over here and do this. Well, do we want to go back to what we were doing over here? It just seems like a big, huge mess. And honestly, I think they should just sell it off to somebody that knows what they're doing and start the whole thing all over from scratch. Because whatever they're doing, it just doesn't seem to be working. Not the way that it worked out for Marvel, going all the way up to Endgame. Because I mean, those movies were huge, and DC just has not been able to reproduce that same effect with their movies.
Yeah, Paulie, any thoughts on that before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of hope for DC. I mean, who's talking about Marvel right now?
Yeah,
DC's rocking. I mean, as far as the the normie world, the general market, so to speak, and Snyder Cut, whether you like it or not, is a big win for the fans. And yeah, I mean, you got you got some great actors, great names, great stars. Seems like they kind of got lucky with this. Snyder Cut could be the reboot that the DC universe needs as far as films.
Yeah. Tom and Rob, any quick thoughts on that?
Well, according to You Can Call Me Joker, says Red Variety article, Warnermedia is rebooting DC. Yeah. I think all our hope is in Flashpoint right now. I mean, there's always a possibility for the future, but I guess it all depends on what you want. That's the bigger question. If you're a DC Snyder fan, you're going to want that to continue. I don't know. If you're not, and you were happy with Aquaman and most of the other movies that we've gotten so far, then it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward here. But I mean, from what we're hearing, it just doesn't sound like the Snyder thing is going to be a thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think that's the jury is still out on that, but we shall see, and we'll get into that in just a couple of super chats. Until then,
if we see a couple articles in the next few days with higher ups over at AT&T or Zack Snyder or somebody like that going, oh, well, my universe may not be dead yet, or the Zack Snyder-verse ain't dead yet, then start to think, well, there's some shenanigans on Warner Brothers' part here.
I think there is, but we'll get to it. Stephen Alton says, damn, they dragged Wallace Day into this. And Douglas Nelson says, you can get Batwoman Season 3, but not an Ayer cut. And Qui-Gon says, final trivia for Andre. Bangalore, my current city, has 14 million people crammed into a 40-kilometer area. That's almost 3 times Norway's population. Miss empty Oslo. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, that sounds really crowded. So yeah, I hope it's awesome there. Even if I can see why you would miss Oslo a bit. And then on what we were talking about, Mags brings out from the Hollywood Reporter, Warnermedia CEO blasts reprehensible behavior of some of Zack Snyder's Justice fans. So we're back to that. We are back to the Warner people attacking the fans for being toxic. And this actually references that Variety story, but this story that I'll send you the link, Tom, so you can bring it up on screen. Just give me 1 second here. So thank you, Max, for pointing this out. And it's also a bigger story that's in the Variety, but we'll deal with this from the Hollywood Reporter here first. Then this is Ann Sarnoff, who calls for DC fandom to be a safe place.
Here we go. What the fuck?
Here we go.
Same shit we heard about Star Wars.
Yeah, and I'm going to read what it says here. Warner Media Studios.
So, do you guys want to redo your answer to that last question about how Warner Bros. DC is possibly okay going forward? Because this just
no,
I'm going to
double down on it. This is exactly what I mean. I said that AT&T needs to completely clean house and take it away from people like.
Well, yeah, but they're not gonna. Not if this shit.
They should, and if they don't, then DC is fucked.
They're fucked. That's what I'm saying right here. Looking at this, unless we see some shit in the next day or so coming out from Kalar or somebody else that we know from the AT&T side of things, DC's fucked, kids. It's fucked.
Yeah. But again, this is from the same people that have been against the Snyder Cut.
I get that because
I
was going to bring that up here. I was just going to say, because this is totally counterproductive to the Snyder Cut. Or it did so piss poorly that they're just trying to bury it. But I think it's the former.
Or it actually did fairly okay, and they are trying to change the narrative.
That could be,
or they're trying to kill the momentum.
Yeah, I was going to say
trying to kill the momentum.
Trying to kill the momentum. That's what I meant by the former. But that's the thing. Unless AT&T comes out to combat this, then that means they got nothing.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying I'm confused on what they're doing. Like I don't even know what's going on or what direction.
Well, you got two factions. That's the problem, Nick. I don't know if you're aware of that part. It's just like over at Lucasfilm, you've got the Warner Brothers side of things, who are the guys who made like Birds of Prey and all this other stuff that we got coming up, like Flashpoint and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the AT&T crew were just trying to get something on HBO Max, because that's another thing, folks. It all depends on if AT&T really gives that much of a shit about the Snyder Cut or Zack Snyder to begin with for them to come back out and counter this. That's my point. That means it had to have been a huge fucking win for them. And we have not seen anything to come out on that to really support that yet. I say yet because it's always a plausibility. But, yeah, this is going to majorly kill the momentum of this movie.
Yeah, and that is something that is being done deliberately. They're trying to kill the Snyder Cut momentum because Warner Media hates Zack Snyder. They hate the fans that wanted the Snyder Cut. And most of all, they hate the Snyder Cut. So I absolutely think that this is about killing that momentum. But let's move on to hear what they're saying in this article.
Well, Paulie has a question. It sounds
no. Okay, I didn't know you were going. I already read the article just.
Oh, you did? So okay.
I'm excited to.
I haven't read it yet. Go ahead, Rob. Or whoever, Andre.
Yeah, I can.
I got it. Hold on. I got it up. If you want
I can read if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's have Paulie read it. Yeah. Bring a little class to this place.
Ann Arnoff calls for DC fandom to be a safe place moving forward. Warnermedia Studios CEO Ann Arnoff had strong words for toxic DC fans in the wake of releasing Zack Snyder's Justice League. The executive was asked about the reputation of some of Snyder's fandom and reports that some executives perceived as being anti-Snyder cut had received threats. Go on?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, yeah, just stop me when you guys want to say anything. We're not tolerating any of that, Sarnoff told Variety as part of an interview posted Monday on the studio's DC future. That behavior is reprehensible no matter what franchise you're talking about or what business you're talking about. It's completely unacceptable. I'm very disappointed in the fans that have chosen to go to that negative place with regard to DC, with regard to some of our executives. It's just
okay, stop.
Yes,
there we have it. There it is right there. How dare you fans question our decisions? We didn't want to put the Snyder Cut out. It was done against our will, and now you are critical of us for not wanting to release it. How dare you pleb question us? That's what you're saying there. This is an outright, this is such an incredibly elitist attitude, because that is what this is really about. Like, I'm the queen of Warnermedia. I rule this place, and me and my people, we had these plans, and here come you people, and you go and you complain and you want something else, and then AT&T, they actually give it to you, and then you have the gall playing to us for trying to screw you and Zack Snyder over for years. How dare you? That's what she's saying. This is pure elitism talking and nothing else. This is talking down to the fans. This is exactly the kind of person that Jason Killard needs to get removed from the company. And if not remove her from the company, then he definitely needs to remove DC from this individual's control. Because with people like this woman right here in charge of it, DC has no future. Because it's people like her that have been mismanaging it ever since Green Lantern.
This is right out of Kathleen Kennedy's playbook right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I said. I said this is exactly what we heard from Star Wars. This is exactly what we heard.
From Star Wars, this is Ghostbusters.
Back
and
to Ghostbusters and Fan Force Stick.
Star Wars.
Actually, I'll even throw it out. I keep reminding people this goes back to Ninja Turtles and a few other things too. But anyway,
their Thornburg moment.
How dare you?
I just want to go back to school. Can I continue?
Yeah, go for it.
Please do.
I'm very disappointed in the fans that have chosen to go. Oh, wait a minute. It's just disappointing because we want this to be a safe space to be. We want this to be a safe space to be.
Here we go.
We want DC to become a fandom that feels safe and inclusive. We want people to be able to speak up for the things they love, but we don't want it to be a culture of canceling things that any small faction isn't happy with. We are not about that. We are about positivity and celebration.
Oh, you fucking liar. I'm talking about this right now. This is pure gaslighting and nothing else. You hear that gaslighting. We want the fandom that feels safe and inclusive. What she's saying there is that we don't want you guys to be fans. We don't want you fans to donate to charities and stuff. No, we want another imaginary fan base that doesn't exist.
Yeah. They're going to ride this all the way to Jughead Abrams' Superman. They really are. Because they're shaping that up to be critic-proofed already.
Yeah, and then this is carry on, Polly.
In addition, Sarnoff shot down another fan-led campaign for a critically panned DC film to have director David Ayers make a new cut of 2016 Suicide Squad. Quote, "We won't be developing David Ayers' cut," she said. Snyder has likewise addressed the issue in recent months, yet has pushed back against the toxic label. It's just a bunch of BS, the director told Cinema Blend in a story published in February. In regards to that toxic fandom, or the Snyder Cut release is a win for toxic fandom, again, in what world does this toxic fandom raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for suicide prevention? How is that toxic fandom? They probably have achieved more than any other fan base and done more good than any other group. So I don't understand. We know the people who were the architects of that narrative, and it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. Those people that I've been held back from confronting by wiser people in the room. Those are people.
There you have it. Now, this is from February, but I want everyone to take note of this incredible defense from Zack Snyder about the entire fan base. This is why he showed up at Geeks and Gamers, and this is why they were so desperate for him to take distance from them. We see it right here. They have labeled the fans as toxic, and so they are desperate to keep that narrative alive, which is why they made him take distance from Geeks and Gamers. And being clumsy, he did that in the worst way possible, and everything spiraled out of control. But this only goes to show they have a narrative, and he even said so back in February himself. And as for the Suicide Squad, well, there she says, like, we won't be developing David Ayer's cut, she said. And I can tell you right now, that's something that's done out of sheer spite and malice. Because if they wanted to, they could release that next week. They have that cut.
Yeah.
That's a cut that would just take a little bit of like rescoring and some minor touch-ups. Wouldn't even
barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, it would be. They could have that ready and released to go in a week.
Yeah,
and
make them a lot of money.
That's done out of sheer spite and
maybe not a week. Let's be clear; it'd probably take them longer to color time the motherfucker.
Yeah, okay, fine. It will take a month.
It's about ready though. No, I get what you're saying, Andre. I'm just being facetious, but still.
But anyway, point is that they're not doing this as a slight against the fans that got the Snyder Cut. This is the only reason. This is like, you don't get to say, we run this show and we don't have to listen to you people. That's what you're saying here.
Help me out here, Andre. This article just came out, but this was they quoted Zack from a February story.
Yes, because Zack has because probably they have banned him from speaking now. I would imagine, this is just my guess, but I would imagine that they reached out to Zack Snyder for a recent comment, and he has probably been banned from saying anything because they don't want him to retract a single thing. So I would imagine that they reached out to Snyder, and he's told them, I can't comment on this story. But if you go back to what I said in Cinema Blend in February, before they banned me from speaking, what I said there still stands.
Right.
I can only imagine that must be what has happened here, because there's no comment from him. And the only reason there wouldn't be a comment from him in this piece in the Hollywood Reporter is that they have banned him from speaking, but he has pointed them to this quote. I think this is his way of speaking out. I don't know that. I just think so. It makes sense, because the only reason why he hasn't made a clarification is because he hasn't been allowed to. And this fits in with that.
Well, at the very least, it shows a trail of him connecting and defending the very fandom, you know, so I mean, that's something. I think that's pretty cool, actually.
Well, I'm gonna look at it this way. Unless we get something, and I mean something, from inside the AT&T camp on this thing, the shit's done, folks. Not only that, they're coming after us. They've declared war. Like, this shit's just getting worse daily. But again, a lot of these, I will say this, a lot of the movements they seem to be making here and over at Star Wars and shit like that, almost seems like that the moves you start making when you're an injured animal in a corner. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, again, hearkening back to what our good friend Kamran Pasha said about Lucasfilm, when you see like all of these hit pieces and attacks on the fans, this is not the statements of someone who is winning. This is not someone that things are going well for. This is someone with their back pushed against the wall and who are desperate. And this actually tells me that the Snyder Cut possibly isn't doing that bad, because if it had tanked all on its own, there wouldn't be any need for hit pieces like these. And these are hit pieces, and they come from the same people that were against the Snyder Cut to begin with. To me, that only tells me that they have their backs against the wall from AT&T. I don't know that that's the case at all, but just
I want to believe that
looking
for
at
everybody's sake.
looking at the nature of these stories that they're putting out there, because this is someone that goes out and tries to say that putting the Snyder Cut out in the first place was a mistake. It's a mistake we will not be repeating. That is like the underlying message here. And again, this is someone that I think is trying to put a narrative out there, maybe trying to steer the hand of AT&T, hoping that they won't go out and prove them to be wrong. Actually, this in some way reminds me a little bit of when Kathleen Kennedy leaked that whole what's her face fiasco, the one with the square head. What's her face again?
Oh,
You
Leslie
mean
Headland.
you mean me, Leslie Headland?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Former assistant to Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. Max wonders, do you think they're trying to pull a preemptive strike because they
Maybe.
heard good news on numbers? I'm conspiratorial enough that I wouldn't rule that out, because again, if it had completely tanked, there would be no need for a move like this.
Right.
There would be no need for an all-out attack on the fan base if the thing had died on its own. Then the entirety of the industry could celebrate the numbers and say that, oh, look at the numbers, didn't do well, that was an experiment, we tried it once, not going to do it again. There's no mention of that here. Instead, it's an attack on the character of the fans, and it's even refuted by Zack Snyder by proxy from an earlier article. This, to me, reeks of desperation. Notice at nowhere do they say that it did poorly. This is a pure hit piece, and it's an emotional one because there's no facts in here. It's a pure emotional hit piece.
Well, AT&T's got about 12 hours to get out on this, or they're done for.
No, they don't. AT&T can do what the hell they want.
They need to get out there with a counter narrative that it's a hit, then, because never mind.
Yeah, because again, AT&T, this isn't quite like the Lucasfilm situation, because AT&T can, if they want, shut this down. And they can decide that we don't really care about the news cycle and Hollywood Reporter. What's that? Because they don't know this thing. This is not something they read. They're from the telecommunications industry. They operate under their own rules. That's why Hollywood hates them so much. They're outsiders coming into the system, disrupting it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If it is a hit, then AT&T needs to get out there, though. Otherwise, this is the news that's going to permeate. And they know that much anyway.
No.
I don't know. Polly, was there much of the article left, or?
No, we're done with this particular
that's
article. Yeah. So, Nick, your thoughts on that?
Well, these mainstream news, online news sites like Hollywood Reporter and Deadline and Variety and stuff, I 100% believe they're in the back pockets of the studios.
Oh, they are. They're their official mouthpiece.
Yeah, and that article wasn't just put out there. I don't believe, in my opinion, I don't believe it was put out there, just randomly. Like, I'm sure Warner's like, all right, here's the situation. What do we do here? We need to release something. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of an attack. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I also agree. Like, I think if AT&T wants to do anything about this, like they're literally going to have to do something like today, like release something, some sort of statement, some sort
That's
of
what I'm
news
saying.
piece, something to counter this. If they don't, then they're basically just standing by and letting this narrative run, which is just going to end up just damaging it even more. So, and then at that point, it's all dead.
I don't know that that's true.
Oh,
And it might not be.
I don't know, but like I'm with Nick on this one, Andre. That's what I was kind of saying too. The longer they let this sit out there and fester, the more damage it's going to do.
Yeah,
I mean,
internally,
unless AT&T can't,
yes.
And like Nick said, unless AT&T can't counter this narrative, which could be the case, but why else, like you just said, why else would WB go to this extreme?
Yeah, because I think they're trying to force their hand. But you know what I also think? And again, this is just my thoughts. I could be completely wrong about this. But AT&T are outsiders. They don't operate by the same rules and convictions as anyone else in the industry. Warnermedia, they're very much incumbent. They're trying to control the narrative within the industry. I think that AT&T are simply going to take a look and see, look at what's the numbers doing. Are the numbers changing? Is it doing good? If so, well, we don't care, because we don't care about like those people. They never did any impression in there anyway. They're going to look at the hard numbers. Are the hard numbers good? Well, then we don't care about the narrative that's being put out there and the rest of the industry, because they're not part of it. They're like adjacent to it. I think that if they, but again, I don't know how.
Here's the thing, though. I get what you're saying, Andre, but they also have to have some kind of publicists there, people who are noticing. They were paying enough attention to get the Snyder cut out there. That tells me they're probably going to pay. Again, they have to. And Nick's right. Like, I agree with him 100%. They have, in the next 12 to 24 hours, get out there with something that counters this. And it doesn't have to say anything about the fans. All it has to say is, Snyder cut boffo numbers for HBO Max, and then give us something. Like, if we don't see anything like that, then that means AT&T ain't got nothing to really counter with. Or you could be right, Andre, they just don't care. But in that case, I don't think that's the case.
Because the thing is, like the Hollywood Reporter and stuff like that, this is a game. It's a game.
Oh, I know that.
Chess and Game of Thrones. But here's like the thing. Warnermedia and everyone in the industry, they're playing that game. One of the reasons why you had this hit piece from the Hollywood Reporter against AT&T was because they made it clear, we're not paying this game. We're not giving tributes to you people. We're not going to go down to you agents and grovel to you. Fuck you. We're doing our own thing. That's what AT&T told the incumbents of Hollywood. And they're trying to use like their own thing. And I'm not sure that AT&T have to play their game. Yeah, like the Hollywood Reporter, this headline right here, the fans are toxic. What kind of damage will it actually do? Yeah, you'll have that narrative going within the industry. But as long as the movie is doing fine on HBO Max, and again, I don't know the numbers, none of us do, but if it's going fine there, I don't know that AT&T cares about this headline in the Hollywood Reporter. I don't know that they understand the significance. I mean, there's like, Tom, just think back to like all the times you've tried to like tell me that we have to do this, we have to cover this. This is like a big thing. And I'm like, so what? I don't get it. Like, what's the big deal? I have a feeling that AT&T are kind of a little bit like that sometimes. They're like, okay, so there's a story out there. What does that mean? Numbers are still good. What's the problem? I don't even know that they're playing the same game as Warnermedia is doing.
You could be right, Andre. I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, they are two different animals. I'm not going to argue.
They are.
But considering the attention they put into this Snyder Cut thing at this point, if they don't, it almost feels like they started this fire and abandoned it.
Yeah.
And they're just allowing Warner Brothers to wallow in the fun.
Yeah,
and play it up.
They're going to do that if the Snyder Cut doesn't perform for HBO Max the way that they were hoping. If that case, then Warnermedia wins, and HBO Max says, "All right, then you do it your way. We don't care as long as the money is coming." But if that performs, then I don't think it matters what Warnermedia is going to put out there, because all Jason Kilard has to do is go and tell Sodnoff that, you know what, we're taking this back from you. Screw you. Do your other stuff. I mean, nothing they can do about it.
But well, they wouldn't. But you don't think AT&T would say, "Hey, wait a minute, we bought into this company, not so fast."
That's the other thing I'm saying. Like, yeah, like they've gotten to a point where there's clearly this public. It's gotten public. Like, it has gone way more than public as far as that Warner Brothers is not happy about AT&T taking over. Like, everybody with an HBO and all the other places, they've let it be known well throughout the industry. So that's the thing is I can't imagine AT&T is just going to sit back and let them continue to do this unless there's good reason to. And the only other thing I was going to say earlier before we started getting some of this other news coming out, which I wasn't totally, unprepared for it. I knew we'd be hearing something at some point today. I'm a little surprised we haven't heard any counter narrative from AT&T, though. That's kind of what I'm getting at. But then this article really blew it out the water for me. This is bullshit. This is more of the disgusting crap we saw out of the Wrap, and they're just continuing to allow this narrative to go on and on and on and on and on. And until AT&T's got to crack down at some point. Rob's right. Like, they can't continue to allow Warner Brothers to run rampant like this.
Yeah, because they have they have what I would call unloyal servants.
Exactly. And I was going to say earlier, maybe they're kicking back and just waiting to see how the Snyder Cut does compared to something like Godzilla versus Kong, but they ain't got time for that now. AT&T's got to act soon. I'm totally on because
why? Enunciate to me why.
Because for the specific reasons why we always tell for the exact look. Why does Star Trek always announce something's coming out when they drop Discovery? Because they needed to drum up interest in it, right? This is the exact opposite. AT&T should know that. They're in the cutthroat business of the corporate world. Regardless of who's writing the fucking story, they should have people that are smart enough to say, look, these motherfuckers are trying to cut our throats. Yeah, we need to get out there and fucking tell the truth, or if there is no truth to tell, then that's why they're just sitting back, because it's like, we can't prove shit. We don't have the numbers. But if they do have the numbers, get out there and show it. Get out there and say it. Say it was, a huge hit over the weekend. It had over this many million people fucking watching. Say that shit, AT&T. If you're out there, if anybody's listening, otherwise you're going to fucking ruin this whole thing. Because if anybody out there sees, because if people see this shit, they're not going to watch this movie.
See it?
You already have
people reads the Hollywood Reporter.
People more than you think, at least when you're getting all these fucking shit out there about it being ran by a bunch of toxic fans.
The average person who subscribes to AT&T and happens to have HBO Max because they want to see Kong vs. Godzilla, they want to see Mortal Kombat, your everyday schmo out there. Do they read the Hollywood Reporter, and do they care that the Hollywood Reporter labels the fans as toxic?
They may not, the normies may not, but I'll tell you who does. The people who look at a 4-hour version of fucking Snyder Cut and say, I ain't going to sit through 4 hours of that, which is a lot of what we've been hearing. And if that's the case, then AT&T's got to get out there, and they can even use the fact that it's getting a 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I don't even like this fucking movie. And I'm telling you exactly.
I think that's a reason
I'm telling you exactly. If anybody at AT&T is listening right now, I'm giving you the playbook on how you can counter this narrative right now. And that is by getting out there and put the ratings out there and put the numbers out there.
Yeah,
that's all you got to do.
If anyone from AT&T is listening, I will give you even better advice. You can send Jason Killar, and the headline in the Deadline Hollywood tomorrow can be "Huge Cuts in Warnermedia." That is how you counter that narrative, and that is how you solve the problem once and for all. Send Jason Killar and get rid of the people that are fighting against their strategy. because that's what we're seeing here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is they gotta.
They
may not.
They don't have to play any PR media game. They can just go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They need to do something. They need to do something at this point.
So just released.
But they don't have. But they don't.
Well,
have
this
to,
goes
like,
beyond
play.
the Snyder Cut. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, when is enough for AT&T? I'm sorry, but
that's what I wonder too.
Put yourself in the position of the corporate people up there. You've got this company you just paid billions of dollars for, and they've done nothing but badmouth you, go against everything you've tried to do to build this thing up. They're undermining your streaming service, which, let's face it, right now, if they don't make this streaming service happen, they're fucked.
Well, that's ultimately the thing. I mean, AT&T is a communications company. I mean, communications and AT&T's, they're behind pretty much the HBO Max deal, aren't they, Tom?
Yeah, that's the whole thing behind this. Well, HBO Max has been...
if Warner Brothers can dampen excitement for the Snyder Cut, I say, oh my God, toxic fan baby, oh, toxic fans, then you know what? That'll in turn will depress signups for HBO Max.
Well, yeah, here's the thing: Warner Brothers doesn't need HBO Max, but AT&T does. Warner Brothers can weather the fucking storm. They'll wait until theaters open up again if they have to.
I would.
Two things really quick, guys. Two things really quick.
Yeah, sure.
Release the Air cut is trending, and there's I just sent the link. There's a interview with Sarnoff in Variety right now.
Yes, I know.
Boy!
This is where it's
boy!
So again, they're really going hard right now. And what Warnermedia's on Sarnoff is saying in Justice League, she doesn't say it outright, but she is implying that his trilogy, including Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Justice League, is now complete, and they want to move on. Now, I would like to say that this is a piece that has been some time in the making, so there's no idea of any numbers or anything, so this is a pure thing of Warnermedia going rogue because they're desperate to end everything Snyder. This is Warnermedia speaking without having cleared anything with AT&T. What we are seeing here is very much a corporate split and conflict, exactly like we have going with Lucasfilm.
Even money says we see some kind of story about Jughead Abrams' Superman movie within the next couple days.
Oh yeah,
even money to try to drum up excitement for that. And
Killar's got a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
There you go. And depending on the news, fans will turn on them like rabid dogs.
Yeah, and because this is an anti-fan piece, and remember the whole thing with this Variety thing too. Not one place do they refer to any kind of numbers that the Snyder Cut hasn't delivered. This is basically just Warnermedia having decided that this isn't what we want to do. We want to go a different direction. Same people that didn't want the Snyder Cut in the first place. And on that, we are joined by Script Doctor, and I'm very glad to have you here.
Wait. I don't get to do this very often except for Rob.
You're fired. You're unfired. I need you. Come here.
Waka waka.
Yeah, I had to babysit someone.
I saw that. We actually stream bombed you for a minute, but
yeah, no, he loved it as we knew he would. So yes, but I'm glad to be here. Yeah, I've been seeing a couple of new little things hit up the transom right now. So yeah, one of the Warner CEOs shut down the Ayer cut and announced the Snyder Cut, huh?
Before we get into that, though, we have to say goodbye to Nick. Nick has to get going for work. We appreciate you being here, Nick. Tell Coach we love him as well, and you, of course. We love your guys' work. Head on over to Echo Base Network if you have not seen any of their stuff yet. They do great work over there, as well as I hang out there once in a while, right?
Yep. We had Tom on our Saturday night stream, as well as Andre, and we've had Tom and Rob on talking Star Trek before on our channel. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on, guys. It was a pleasure being on here with you guys, and we're looking forward to being back.
All right. We'll talk to you guys later. Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks.
All right. So, Script. Have you heard anything about Andre and I have been going back and forth about this a little bit?
Well, first, I have to apologize. I shouldn't call him Jughead Abrams because, as we know, calling him that name is an insult to Jughead.
That is true. But for those of you who want a behind the scenes bit, this is kind of what it's like when Andre and I don't agree on something.
Which happens more than you'd think.
It does. It really does. See, this is how we get to our best stuff, though. Like, and sometimes there's points both of us make that the other's not thinking of. So that's why we do it.
Exactly. And then it's great with Script Doctor coming in. Script, did you hear Tom and mine's back and forth about the game that I think that Warnermedia is playing, but that I'm not sure that AT&T is even on the playing field? Well, how much did you get of what we were talking about?
Oh, I missed that again. I was on another stream helping someone.
Well, the short version is he doesn't care. He thinks that AT&T doesn't really care or notice or really know how to know. How would you put that? They're not even in that kind of bubble to really even be paying attention to the game that Warner Brothers is playing with this dirty ball in the press. And I say, if they're not aware, then they need to get on top of it. And if they don't do something within the next 12 to so many hours, then this is going to get away from them. And he doesn't think they care.
To reiterate, I think first and foremost, I think that the hit pieces that we see from Ann Sarnoff right now in the Hollywood Reporter and the Variety, so double duty, I think that these are very emotional. They show Warnermedia's intent. She basically closes the door on the David Ayer cut explicitly, and she implicitly closes the door on a future Snyder-verse. They insult the fans for being toxic, saying that they want DC fandom to be a warm and safe and inclusive space and all of that jazz. And at no point do they bring up any numbers. At no point do they say anything about the Snyder Cut undelivering or anything like that, because my point of view is that they were against the Snyder Cut the whole time. That was an AT&T decision. And it's HBO Max subscription rates and retention rates that determines if it was successful or not. I think that this is Warnermedia going out on their own, saying that this is not what we want to do, and the fans that wanted this are toxic in the first place, and don't you dare ask for the Snyder Cut, you horrible, horrible, toxic people who dared criticize us that have been fighting against the Snyder Cut for years. And as for AT&T, what I also said is that I don't know that they have to come and counter this narrative, because they're a telecommunications company, and one of the things that everyone has against them is that they haven't been playing ball with a little bubble that is Hollywood, which plays their own little games with their own little rules. And I don't think that the AT&T are in that playing field at all. I think that that they'll see, oh, they've been speaking out again. Well, how's our numbers? Oh, the numbers are good. Well, then the people out there don't care what that they're saying in the Hollywood Reporter and Variety, because normies don't read that. Then screw it. We'll assess how it is for another 2 weeks, and then we make a decision.
No, I think you have a fair point there, because AT&T, they, even though they're in massive debt compared to a lot of other companies that own studios, they have that continuous flow of income with their service providing division. They don't really care so much. They're worried about the normie people. They're worried about people canceling their services. But if you're an AT&T customer and you cancel HBO Max, they'll be upset, but they're like, well, at least we still got them for their service. So they're not going to be too concerned about that. Granted, another department will focus on getting those people back later on, but in the short term, AT&T is just trying to make sure that they have their rate of income doesn't drastically drop. However, to your point with what Ann Sarnoff did, I think, and I mean, I've heard some rumblings about this, which I wish I could confirm for you guys, but I think she's playing a little bit of 4D chess. Yeah, at this point.
What's her game?
Well, what
is it similar to the Leslie Headland situation?
No.
Okay.
No, this has more to do with some of the weird occurrences and controversies that have circulated, Justice League and Zack Snyder, and I think that they're playing into some of the emotional aspect of this, so that there can be a stronger reprise of the likes of which no studio has ever been able to achieve before. That's my understanding and what I've been able to get out of this. And I hope it's not going to be the case.
Can you rephrase that? What exactly did you mean by that?
In other words, they're banking on J.J. Abrams to turn this around, aren't they?
No, actually, they're not.
No, that's shocking.
No script. To reiterate, what exactly did you mean there? Can you rephrase that
too?
Yes. What I mean is that I suspect that there's one area within Warner Brothers that is chomping at the bit to see if there's going to have like an equivalent to a canceled Disney Plus thing. And if that does happen, they have means to retaliate with that as a reason, because of what has happened over the last week. And I think that they're hoping for that to happen. And I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think enough people are going to be upset enough to have a hashtag of cancel HBO Max. And I'm not saying anyone should or shouldn't. Do whatever you want, of course. But yeah, they're in a pretty interesting position that we haven't seen before on this part. So I wish I can't really say much. I don't really want to say anything publicly too, because again, it's not 100%, and I can't get this corroborated as well as I want to. But all I would say is that they're playing a long game here, and I think whatever happens with regards to people's relationship with Warner Brothers, AT&T, and HBO Max, and I mean like an audience relationship with them, and will inform their decision to do some things over the next couple of weeks, and pay very close attention to the trades on that.
Yeah. So you don't expect AT&T to respond to this instantly?
No. I would be very surprised if they did. I think they're going to wait till like an actual 1 week debut point before they start announcing or releasing any details of the success or what have you of this film, because this is more AT&T's side of things. Like the Wonder Woman 84, that was all Warner Brothers and HBO Max internal. They want to do everything they can to promote, advertise, push that film so that they could, justify the direction that they're going there. AT&T, they're playing catch up at this point because again, they're very new to the studio system. So they're doing it pretty much like a service provider does, which is whenever they release a new channel or a new network part through their service, they don't start advertising it right away, because if it's bombs, they can at least bury it because they haven't promoted it or haven't advertised it right away. But if it goes successful, they can say over the last week, we had this much increase in growth, we've had this much circulation, and they can like refer to the numbers. So I think that's where AT&T is at this point, is they're just kind of figuring out how they want to proceed with this. And I would not be surprised within the next 48 hours, somebody at AT&T gets all the details of what Ansarnoff did here, and they'll start prepping something for this weekend, I would say, just before this weekend.
I was going to say they got to get on it sooner than later.
Yeah, I don't know that they have to, because my take is that that AT&T and Warnermedia are playing two different games.
Yeah, they are. And I think you're right. AT&T doesn't have to, but if they feel like they want to, they should. Probably happen by Thursday at the earliest, I think.
Yeah. And Tom, my response to that is that, you can say that they should, but normies really don't care that
It ain't
much.
about the normies. It's about the whatever base that you built up for the Snyder-verse is going to dispatch and be gone by then. Like, you've already got David Ayer. His response to this is just a crying emoji saying why. Like, so this is going to get around already by the end of this week. They don't, the longer they wait, the more it's just going to disenfranchise the fans. And that's what fucking Warner Brothers wants. And that's why I'm saying AT&T has to get out ahead of this. Yeah. Otherwise, this whole thing is done. There's no sense in even trying to pretend that it was ever going to be a thing. And they basically fucking lied to everybody, basically.
Yeah. And what I wonder, Script, is that AT&T I don't think that they cleared Anne Sarnoff going out and making these comments at all. On the contrary, I submit that what she is doing is actively harming AT&T and HBO Max.
That's what I'm saying too.
Why does Jason Kilar tolerate this?
I have no idea. I really have no idea why he would. I don't even know if he tolerates this or if he's just finding out at the same time the rest of us are.
Because in my book, the perfect response for this is that Jason Kilar heads on over to Warnermedia and he creates the exact same kind of bloodbath there that he did in the DC comic book division. That would be the perfect response. And then that can be the headline in Variety and the Hollywood Reporter tomorrow. Or next week or next month or something. I think that is their perfect response. Because my take is that AT&T owns these people. And Warnermedia is actively harming AT&T's overall strategy. And they don't have to go and combat a narrative. They have to go get rid of the rotten.
Well, then do it. That's part of it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
They have to do something. Because, like I said, you're like basically your AT&T sitting up there going, "Well, what are we supposed to do?" It's like, fucking, you own them.
Yeah,
get in there and clean the cut some heads. Get Toby Emmerich out of there. Get this chick out of there that just did this
interview. Get Anne Sarnoff away too.
Get her the fuck out of there. Say adios. You done fucked this up. Because if Marcos is right about this.
Yeah, but that's actually clever because this is what she told the Hollywood Reporter, that the fans have been nasty to selective executives because they're toxic. And this is the weapon that they can use. Like, oh, look, now the fans are toxic. Now they're saying, like, fire this or that person.
Well, it's because she called me fucking toxic. I might as well act like it.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to give them more ammunition.
No, I know. I'm being facetious, but let's be real here. It's not like if she loses her job at Warner, she's not going to go somewhere else, or she needs to do something else, or they need to just step in and say, no, this is not the way it's going to be. Either you're going to play ball or you're going to go bye-bye. And if Marcos is right here, according to Samba TV, the Snyder Cut debuted this weekend with 1.8 million U.S. households tuning in. That's not a huge number considering.
No, that doesn't sound great at all.
No, it does, but it did double the WandaVision episode. It did.
No, it didn't.
It beat the double episode. I'm trying to fucking say if I could read.
Were there 2 episodes of?
That first episode was a double episode.
How much of the what's the total subscribers for HBO Max as compared to Disney Plus?
Disney Plus has 100 million almost, and
HBO Max crossed 60, didn't they?
I think so.
Right. So that 1.8 is even bigger.
Well, that's a large percentage of their user base. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They got 37.7 million users,
and that's just this weekend for a 4-hour movie. I think that the 1 week numbers are better, and also. If you then compare like 1.8 million households over 1 weekend for a 60 million service versus the double episodes, that's still not even 1 hour in total running time on a service that's much, much bigger. Well, then that means that the Snyder Cut just beat the hell out of WandaVision, if nothing else.
Well, there's other things to consider, which is, are the households individual households confirmed, or is it re-logins? Because, again, a 4-hour film, if you're watching it up in 3 or 4 parts, you'd have to cut that number in half if they're not using individual households, or at least by 25%.
Yeah. Well, and again, it'll be interesting to see how AT&T responds to this, I should say, or that maybe makes
No, I agree with that completely. Or they have to respond some way. I just don't know that they desperately have to go out and answer.
Well, no, you're right. They probably don't.
Powerless.
They don't probably give as much of a shit about the Snyder Cut in that respect. No, like if they don't feel like this is a fight worth fighting, then they're just going to back off and let it die. It's just, it is what it is, because unless they've doubled that number, which is what you guys are saying, because that's what they had for the reports, is 37.7 million in December. And if they had 60 million here recently, I don't know where you're getting that number from, but I'm just going to take your word for it because it's been long enough they could have hit that
long
point.
enough that they could have had those
Exactly.
Because there's people that have the service but haven't activated, right?
There's that problem too. Yes, there's that aspect, because that's another problem with HBO Max that can't be overlooked, is that they totally fucked up rolling it out.
Yeah.
It has been one of the worst rollouts for any service I've ever seen since Paramount Plus.
Yeah, they did mess that up, no doubt about that.
Yeah, Paramount Plus is probably DOA at this point. It's a joke among so many people at this point. It's even reached the normies, I think, by how much of a joke it is, but we won't get into that.
Oh, well, that's the inheritance of CBS All Access, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also not having a debut show. I mean, they put Clarice on it, and on top of airing it simultaneously on their network, which didn't help.
Nope.
Not in the slightest.
Not at all. Nope. No, well, but yeah, if HBO Max has got some good numbers to back this up, then they need to get out there and say that and support it. Otherwise, it's just another peg on the wall, and they don't give a shit.
Yeah, it all depends on how they really want to navigate the rest of Warner Brothers Studio. And I don't know if they have a fully fleshed out idea at this point, other than just make it as profitable as it can on the short term, which not going to work. But to Andre's credit, I would say that, yeah, they don't have to do anything. And if they don't do anything, they're most likely, or at least not on the public side of things, they're most likely figuring out a way of creating a new organization structure at the studio so that they can generate income again.
Indeed.
And according to Michael Bramer here, doesn't sound like Peacock is sounding too enticing. I checked it out a little bit, but I didn't pay for it. I heard they got a lot of subscribers, but I'm curious if those subscribers are paying subscribers or the free signed up subscribers.
Well, they got 3 tiers, so they have a lot of. Here's the thing: like, even if you're not a paying subscriber, they're still making money off it because it is run with ads.
Right.
So it's a better model on paper, at least. I haven't seen how it plays out because, again, I think it's only done
have
one
all
quarter.
the SNL on there, at least they did.
From 75 to now? Nice.
Yeah, I think so. And they did have a few things that kind of had me thinking about it, but yeah, they got to do something to get me kind of more enticed. And I got that extra Disney money back finally. I got to do something with it. I was looking at a tabletop Miss Pac-Man arcade though.
Oh, that would be something.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to find some on sale. 19K Fox had some Galaga machines. He said he found for $50. I'm like, oh, who's got them? Because they probably have the Miss Pac-Man ones on sale too.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Do we got super chats to get through?
We do have super chats to get through. Victor von Doom says, I'm late to the party. Hopefully Disney takes notice of how well the Snyder-verse is doing and gives Star Wars fans a Favreau-Filoni-verse. Yeah, not if Warnermedia has anything to say about it, and certainly Kathleen Kennedy. But yeah, we can go for her contract is soon up. And Hypergiver 2 says, no, Highlander has the best soundtrack you have. We covered that one. And
they're the same album. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and Galactic Dude says, my 2 favorite Louis Gossett Jr. movies. One would be Enemy Mine, a classic sci-fi movie, and the other one would be Iron Eagle. Yeah, Enemy Mine is good. Yeah. I don't know how many times Star Trek remade it across their series. But,
I should send y'all something to blow your minds. I've got a version of, Scripps probably heard this, or maybe Paulie has from listening to Mead Radio, but I have a version. It's One Vision and Kind of Magic before they were 2 separate songs.
Oh, yeah.
It's really it fucks with your head because it's got like the tune of the one song and the words of the other.
Does it still end with fried chicken?
No, I don't think so.
But yeah,
yeah, because I think it's the other music. That's why. But yeah.
Oh, you mean like it's got the strong mashups?
Well, no, it was actually before. It's a demo. It was when they were writing the album. It's Freddie Mercury when he's writing the songs that has the vocals for One Vision, but it's to the music of It's a Kind of Magic.
So it's softer,
okay, yeah, I see.
So he hasn't separated the two yet, because One Vision is, of course, the theme song to Iron Eagle, and It's a Kind of Magic is one of the songs that's from Highlander.
Yeah.
So it's like this weird kind of fucked up, like it fucks with your head, like when you're listening to it, because you're like wanting to sing the other tune, and he's singing the lyrics. It's just it's kind of mess with your head. It's weird.
I know exactly what you feel. Like, as you all know, I'm a big fan of Rammstein, and they have a few demos, and they've done that a couple of times too, where they've taken like one song that they started to develop, they couldn't crack it, and then they split it into two different songs, and then that works. So like most of you probably won't recognize anything I'm about to say, but what really messed me up is their demo, where you have the lyrics of Was ich liebe, and the music is the melody from Pussy. That is really messing with the heads of those that knows the songs. So yeah, I know what you're saying.
No, yeah, that always trips me out when I hear that shit. Yeah. My other favorite one I got is the song "He's Back, the Man Behind the Mask" from Alice Cooper, but it's got a completely different tune to it. All the same words, but a completely different rock tune to it. It's really different. Ironcaster, since we can bring this up on screen, says, "Hot take: I like Gremlins 2 better than 1. Koalas in the Rain." You know what, Ironcaster? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's an argument to be made for that in certain respects. The only argument that I cannot argue is you can't have part 2 without part 1. Part 2 is not as funny without the first one, so they have to coexist.
And John Glover's delightful in that film.
Yes. Oh, let's do some memos.
Oh, I like these things. What are they? Trees? No, not one of these Dutch trees. People think Dutch elm.
Disease.
And then let's get back to some more super chats, because we then have let's see.
It's your job to get bugs out of the building. I'd call these some pretty goddamn major bugs.
And another bug is these super chats that are waiting to be read.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to fill them up.
The third watch party, The Last Starfighter. Yeah, that would be a good opportunity for me to finally see that movie. Yeah, nope, I haven't. And Prince Andrew says, "Gentlemen, how do you think HBO Max will incorporate Green Lantern into the mix, especially if the Snyder-verse continues?" Script, what have you heard about that?
I know I know the Green Lantern thing right now is a co-production of Berlanti. So I think this new show is like some sort of weird hybrid bridge between the I think Jessica Cruz Green Lantern and what they're trying to do on the CW right now. Like there's some sort of thing going on there. But for the time being, sad to say, there is no Snyder take of Green Lantern that we're going to see in development at any time soon, as far as I've heard.
Yeah, that goes with what I've heard too. So don't hold your breath for that. And then Stephen Otten says, and this was when we started breaking down the most recent DC news, "Now we know what really happened." And Straight White Mage says, for $10, thank you so much, "AT&T, call me. I have a 4-movie DC reboot that leads into a Justice League universe. Developed characters, connected storyline. I can check boxes and give a good story. Call my bluff."
Will it make money? That's the question they'll ask. That's the only one they care about, sadly.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Will it bring subscribers to HBO Max is what they'll be asking, actually, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I got an update. They had 41 million in January, so yeah, that probably puts them about 60 million now if they're at that growth.
The growth
rate.
Steady, yeah.
I would say that's some pretty fair growth all in all, and let's see how it is after King Kong and Mortal Kombat. I think
King Kong is going to be a big one for them. They're looking at having the best opening post-pandemic right now. People keep talking about it. I mean, aside from the dirty politics that Warner Brothers playing between that film and BBS or Justice League, which I think is sad. I mean, Kong is shaping up to be possibly one of the bigger successes of the year. And Mortal Kombat could be one of the bigger surprises of the year. So,
yeah, I think so too. Script, by the way, yeah, you previously you killed my anticipation for Mortal Kombat completely.
Oh, sorry.
Before I saw the trailer. What you
well,
think
he was
about it
going
now?
by what he knew of the writer and shit.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I can't fault him for that.
No, I'm not faulting you. I'm not faulting.
And there is
fault.
the issue of that the director has come out and said why they haven't used Johnny Cage.
Yeah,
and, yeah,
Why
which is
is
stupid.
that?
Oh, the producer, I think.
Why was that again?
Was it the producer? I thought it was the director. But the reason was the Mortal Kombat thing, Paulie. The reason they aren't using Johnny Cage is because they didn't think that the idea of a white male lead would be a good idea. It's like, you idiot, Liu Kang is
Liu Kang's the main character of Mortal Kombat.
That's why
the reason why I asked is one of our best friends who's over, and we were watching the trailer. Was like, where is Johnny? Right, the characters that's the character's name.
Yeah,
Johnny
Cage. Yeah.
Throughout the whole, I mean, it didn't matter how great the trailer was, which was pretty great. She loved it. Where is Johnny Cage? Right? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if they're saving him or anything. And she's a Chicana trans woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, she doesn't go by any of that.
Johnny Cage.
She doesn't go by any of those fucking titles. She's just who she is, right?
Yeah.
She just wants some Johnny Cage. That's all.
She's
That's
like,
all I hear.
where's Johnny?
Thirsty for some Johnny.
Well, she knows because she's a real fan.
I know. I'm just picking, but still.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, she is.
No.
We're all
I'll put it this way to
I'm just using that as an example.
No, that's a great
how
example.
People are, man.
Yeah,
it's just. It goes back to you guys being angry about this this bullshit article with the Sarnoff. It's just ridiculous.
I can't remember what
they're speaking without knowing the people that they're speaking on behalf. And I will say, like, one of the things that makes me apprehensive, mostly with regards to the Mortal Kombat, is that one of the writers of it is the guy who wrote Wonder Woman, who wrote Doom, who wrote Zombieland 2. And he made a change in the script, which we've seen the trailer, which is that guy, the new character, has a birthmark that's literally the Mortal Kombat dragon on him, and they call it a birthmark, which is silly. But in the original script that was before Dave Callahan, that writer, got involved, it was just a medallion that was passed down from generation to generation. So I want you to understand that's why I have reservations. Why would you take something more plausible, like a medallion in the shape of the Mortal Kombat dragon symbol, and then call it a birthmark for a kid of a new character?
Yeah, because this new character is the one that's kind of taking over for Johnny Cage's role.
Essentially, yeah, he's the fish out of water type of guy.
And he's an MMA fighter, which makes sense. But they all now the producer or writer, director, whoever it was that this interview was with that I was referring to, also said that Johnny Cage will probably come in the future because they obviously have learned that Johnny Cage is a popular character. Monkey Jeebus brings up here, I wouldn't say he's a Van Damme ripoff so much as he was Van Damme originally.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, Mortal Kombat was actually created around Van Damme, and then I don't remember what circumstances happened, but he backed out of it at the last minute, and so Johnny Cage ended up becoming the character instead of Van Damme. But that's why he's loosely based on. I mean, the character himself may have been making fun of Van Damme after that fact. That could very well be, if that's what you meant by that, Monkey Jeebus. So yeah, but yeah, that's actually kind of a little bit of the history with that.
It's ponderous, man. It's fucking ponderous.
Don't they even have the sprite still of him for the game?
Oh, where he did the image capture?
Yeah, I think so, because that was the whole big thing about the game. Was it supposed to be one of the first big image capture games like that, and Van Damme was going to star in it and all that kind of crap. And I can't remember what happened, but he backed out of it or whatever happened, that it just didn't happen. But I could have swore they said that the actual sprites of him were done. Like, he did do some work for the game, I thought. I could be wrong, though. That's one the video game historian needs to make, the Mortal Kombat one.
Well, we did end up getting a Jean-Claude Van Damme sprite
in Street Fighter.
In Street Fighter, the movie, the game.
Which they did exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, then I was going to get around to that, but thank you, Andre. You did it quicker than I did.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's a Street Fighter, the movie, the game. It's not on the PlayStation. Well, sorry, it's not on the
Sega Dreamcast, ain't it?
But it's on the Sega. It's on the Sega Dreamcast, so it counts. Plus, it's on the PlayStation, the original one.
And Camilo Villegas, if I'm saying that right, Camilo says, Andre, I just ordered the Conan book that you recommended, and it looks awesome. This woke pandemic needs to die ASAP. We need good stories in film. Well, Andre can explain real quickly why that is, and then I do suggest you check out the interview he'll recommend afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe the name is pronounced Camilo Villegas, I think. Paul,
I apologize.
But Paulie correct me. I think it's Camilo. Okay, sorry, then I pushed it too. Camilo Villegas, right?
2 L's. It's swallowed, so you don't hit the L. It's Villegas.
Camilo Villegas.
That's what I think you said originally.
So. Yeah, then I got that right. Well,
the vowels good. You know, that's kind of like the cheap secret of Spanish. Hit the vowels and say it fast. It really works.
Yo probar.
Yeah.
Gracias. Conan, absolutely. Yes, I agree completely that it's very important to support the kind of products that you want. And that is why I'm even harping on about that one Conan book by Jim Sub, the writer whose interviews we have up on the channel. Because Conan isn't a Marvel character. They only have the license. And because they have a license, they can't run free with it. Every single story has to be approved by Fredrik Malmberg over at Conan Properties. Every single one. And that is why Conan is the badass he ever was, even in modern day Marvel Comics. And if you want to make a change to Marvel Comics in the comic book industry, far more important than just stop buying altogether is if you can make sales of the kind of comics that you like spike. And that is why I keep on recommending Marvel's Conan comics, and especially now with issue 19, which is the newest jump-in point. So jump in there. You won't regret it. Thank me later.
No, I don't have a very good Spanish accent unless I'm goofing around. Because I'm from Wisconsin, which is the south of the north. And yeah. You guys are lucky I ain't talking like a Youper.
The problem is if we start getting Tom to watch like MEitM Pacto and those other stations, is that you're just going to be looking at the women, not really paying attention to the Spanish. Spanish radio and music is the best way to go.
Yeah. And in terms of Spanish, estoy mejorando mi español.
What Andre just said.
Yeah.
If I start talking Youper, though, the only one who's going to understand me is Script and maybe Andre.
It sounds like this is like, Midnight's Edge wannabe Espanol.
Wannabe Espanol.
Yeah, that's why we need someone that's legitimately can do it, rather than us that keeps on trying.
Exactly. We're not going to even pretend.
No, but the thing is that, and just real quick, just a real quick language thing, is that people really appreciate when people try to speak their language in a sense, and then they return it back. So it's a good cultural exchange. No worries, guys.
Oh yeah. Well, especially if you're not trying to mock it, right?
Well, yeah, that's disrespectful.
Exactly.
We don't want to be disrespectful to anybody. I mean, that's just
You got them tacos there, don't you know? I like tacos. They got cheese and they got sour cream.
La crema.
I'm surprised you understood half that shit.
I was gonna say something, but I don't want you. It's almost like
keeping it pretty unthick there. I can
what does
thicker.
pendejo mean? Hey. Oh, that was Rob.
Then there, don't you know?
Yeah.
That's all it is. A lot of don't you knows.
I should learn English first.
That's funny. Yeah, Bruce Campbell.
That's right, Bruce Campbell. Very true. I speak very bad English. English not good.
That's funny.
I speak such horrible English. I think people have actually thought that I'm from Norway as well. So it's like, no. I just suck.
Yeah, Sashel. I don't know if the Primer Impacto, women are like, I haven't watched in years, but they were pretty beautiful back in the day.
Soul Assassin, I know better than that.
Premier Impacto? Somebody say Premier Impacto?
Pendejo means give me a taco. I know better.
I mean, Soul Assassin, that's not how you spell pendejo.
I know what he was trying to say.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
See, I said it right, didn't I? That's one of the few Spanish words I do know. I know some of the swear words.
Well, YouTube moderators, they must have gotten someone that knows.
If you speak slow to me in Spanish and say it like 3 times in a row, I might be able to figure out half of it. But if I had a Spanish girlfriend who got real pissed at me and started flying off the wall, I would be like, girl, I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, trying to just tune out then. But
I would just be like, I'm sorry.
Lo siento is what you'd say then.
Lo siento.
Listen,
did I put enough emotion behind it on that one?
Oh yeah, that's nice. You know how to say where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom at?
Where's the bathroom at?
Yeah, Spanish.
I know how.
You don't know how? That you need to know.
Donde lava.
Make it simple.
Yeah, you're not long. You just have to remember to add in por favor or
por favor.
Yeah.
Donde está por favor?
Yeah, but what's the bathroom? What's the toilet?
I don't know.
It's really easy. Baño.
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 Okay, put it all together.
Doña, I don't know. Not today, man. I am so. I need like a buttload of cocaine to get through today, man.
Not for nothing, Paulie, but I heard all my life, oh, you need to learn a second language. You need to. Not everybody speaks English, and then I go to Sweden, a country that technically doesn't have English as its primary language. I walk into a 7-Eleven, and the kid behind the counter says, "How can I help you?" without a trace of an accent. I'm like, where are all those fucking teachers that say I had to learn a second language?
See, Tom ended with a preposition. Burke, never end a sentence with a proposition.
Well, that trailer who's off, they were whacking.
The kids in who's... Wait. Andre gets that one, of course.
But yeah, of course. That's like the script doctor.
Body cavity searches for all of them. I'm talking Roto-Rooter. Don't stop till you reach the back of
their teeth.
Why does everybody want to see my unit?
Oy vey.
Hey, baby. I see you have braces.
Not for nothing. I hear more non-English speakers.
Moco.
Yeah.
Put his up, man.
Here you go, Rob.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, pendejo. That means my really good friend.
Put up Krusty Mocos. I want Rob to read that one.
Where's it at?
Hey, Krusty Moco! How you doing?
We went from news to teaching Tom a new language. I'm going to have to learn sometime.
Oh, Diego's cool, man.
Thank you, Diego. Oh, yeah, Diego's awesome. He's a huge supporter of the channel. This one here, Donde está el shitter?
No, there's another one, though, but that's a good one.
Chinga su madre!
Oh, easy.
Still forgot
easy.
por favor, but yeah.
Yeah, please.
What's that mean? Chinga su madre? Is this motherfucker or whatever?
No, it means to.
Okay, well, all right.
You look like this, man. Like you're waving away a fart.
It's not very nice regarding.
You see somebody you know, you say, "Hey, what Alberto? What's happening?"
Alberto, what's happening?
What's happening?
Happening.
Did you ever see the Woody Allen movie Bananas? He's supposed to be from San Marcos, a little like Banana Republic of Central America. The guy at the airport, I am Mr. Hernandez, the interpreter. Welcome to the United States. Welcome to United States. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think Andre's ever seen Born in East LA. He's got to see that.
Really?
Yeah, and Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke, and
a lot of the same actors who recognize.
I learned of it from you, Paulie. Remember, that's when I said that. Oh, I have to procure that movie, and since then I actually have procured that movie. It's on the way.
Oh, you did?
Nice. Yeah. I look forward
awesome
to seeing it. We could do a watch party with that one. I look forward to seeing it.
That would be fun.
Really, it looks amazing. Like the moment Paulie told me what it's about, I was sold.
Which one are we talking about?
Born in East LA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was the one I said that you definitely have to see along with Up in Smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot
Bruce,
of Jeffrey Rivas is in that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he is.
Oh, awesome. Very cool.
I forgot
Jeffrey
all about that.
tomorrow night is coming on our celebration stream, and we'll announce Andre how much money we're giving him.
Cool. Very cool.
So some people asked in the chat.
What time is he coming in?
I will let you know.
All right. Because All right.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell, it was in Moontrap and Congo, which is very true. Says my native language is gibberish. That's my problem. That is my problem. Like where I come from, it sounds like fucking gibberish, and Script will attest to that shit. you even Andre probably like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why are they drunk? It's like we have nothing better to do.
Yeah, you don't know how often I think that.
So anyway, I think that's all the super chats we can get up on screen. Oh no,
there are more. There are more. Tiberius Monk says, "This has been an episode of Midnight's Edge Espanol. Come learn Spanish from the Midnighters and celebrate the culture."
Well, for those who missed our blooded,
like this. It's a Midnight's Edge Espanol.
Well, that'll be maybe a show on Midnight's Edge Espanol. Is teach Tom Spanish. Tom gives up after 10 minutes. Just like, no. I can order Taco Bell. That's all that fucking matters. It's all that fucking matters.
Tom, there is plenty more to Spanish food than taco. I mean, taco, like that's.
Well, no, just that chain. He talks about his fast food chain. It always makes my stomach turn.
I know.
Yeah, mine too. Actually,
right?
I know.
Like, it doesn't come out of a tube.
It can.
I mean, go to mainland Spain and have some paella.
It's not. It's just. It's cardboard.
Or Argentinian steak.
Rosetta Tom.
Like that.
Rosetta Tom. Rosetta Tomstone. I can't do this shit. I'm too high.
And I also think that Tom would really appreciate some Venezuelan arepas.
Oh, I love real Mexican food, but I gotta watch.
I said Venezuelan.
He did say Venezuelan. No, I know. I was just saying before about the Taco Bell thing. No, I do know the difference between real Mexican food and Taco Bell. Don't get me wrong.
But he mentioned a whole completely different cuisine from a different country, dude.
No, I know he did, but I'm talking about what I was I was finishing my thought from before. But
gotcha.
Tiberius Monk, though, it's funny you mentioned that because if you weren't on our Blood In, Blood Out stream or you haven't watched that yet, we did announce that we are doing a new channel. For those who may not be aware of what we're kind of chit-chatting about here. And Paulie, did you want to take the reins to just announce what that is real quick?
Well, Midnight's Edge in Espanol. We're going to debut it in early May, around Cinco de Mayo.
I think that's the plan. Yeah,
and we're going to have. We're already collecting interviews and documentaries. It's being done right now as we speak. We're assembling our team, and if you are interested and have some, if you got some ideas, hit us up.
But I've already had a couple people I sent your way.
Yeah, we got some good peeps. We
got Paulie spearheading this for us. We're really happy to have him doing that because there's nobody else I thought who could handle it. So I just want to say thank you for that, Paulie.
Oh no, gracias a ti. Gracias.
We needed a specialist.
No, it's no problem, man. I know. Script Doctor and Rob were really busy, so I'll step in.
Well,
I'm more into French than Spanish. So.
I say, Rob's Spanish sucks. He only speaks plumber.
Al filo de la noche, man. I really love that. Like we should put that underneath, because as we were saying before, al filo, with Jesse Borrego is also a knife. Like you're on the knife's edge, that cutting edge.
Yeah, that's
kind of cool, man. Because
it's not horrible.
In the hood, it's like you better watch that. The borracho, or else they'll cut you. The filero, cabrones.
The main title with the Midnight's Edge Espanol. That's like the subtitle, maybe.
There you go.
Midnight's Edge Espanol is clever. I like that. That was good.
That is
what the hell are you
clever.
doing, Rob?
I was tapping my mouse on the.
So you just died.
He's bored.
He's
but
watching
gentlemen, while Rob watches his porn, we have a few more super chats to go through.
Yeah,
Bruce Campbell was in Moontrap and Congo. Also says, apparently, native English speakers learning other languages is now cultural appropriation, and hence.
Yeah, I did a fun video on that. Mecca sent me some tweet about that. It's like, this is too good to pass up. Stupid asses.
Indeed.
Aye.
And we have some more ones that we can bring up on screen. And we still have a little bit of a backlog. We'll get to it momentarily. But since we can bring it up on screen, TM Smith Reaction says, love the show, guys. You all are amazing. Can we one day get a Frank and Kathy variety show with Rob and Tom? I'm sure you can, but I'll refer you to Midnight Edge After Dark for that.
You like the Sonny and Cher show?
You like Regis and Kathy Lee?
I refuse to lower myself.
Or Donnie and Marie.
And Diego Flores says, I'm hitting you up now, Paulie. See your DMs. Casino juro por Dios que voy por ti. How was my Spanish?
How was your Spanish?
Muy bien.
I feel like
yes.
I feel like I'm at the UN.
Poor Rob.
He just says, he hopes that we meet up. He sees it, that I see it.
And SD Red Wolf says, catching the stream late, and geez, nearly 5 hours of Midnight's Edge in the morning. It's the afternoon. Do I have to say, Tom, go to bed?
Almost. I'm getting there. No,
well,
it's funny
because often I have to say that to him.
Right? Well, every time we do this, it's like we're going to keep this one short. We're going to try and keep this one short, and every day it gets longer.
And then Ann Sarnoff has to say something.
Then Ann Sarnoff has to fucking say something and make the show even longer.
And Kit Kat sends a super sticker, so thanks so much for that. And then we can get on with.
And Meg's, while you're going back to the backlog, Meg says, "Wait, like an SNL version of a Midnight's Edge?" Yeah, that's kind of what Midnight's Edge After Dark is. Kind of, it's like
we have that already.
It's still news and some serious talk sometimes because there's Shane. We had the Shane incident there. That was
I'm still waiting for the edited version.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'll get on that one of these days, but no, usually we have fun over there, especially on Sundays and Saturdays. If we do a show, that's when we really let Rob and I let loose and just kind of goof around. So that's
pretty fun. Yeah,
that's where I dropped my song originally. We got the Bat Tom cartoons over there. Rob's got his Rob rants over there. So you could almost consider it like, damn it, Shane. You could almost consider it like the SNL of
Shane.
Yeah, we miss Shane.
Oh, Shane.
But let's move on with a super chat.
Please
The
do.
Wall says the new Superman television series is just an attempt to remake Lewis and Clark. Everybody knows it. They're just not going to come out and say it. Well, Toxic Man Flu. Well, I have to in title only, but in terms of content, it couldn't be more different.
Yeah, I was going to say, if
they're
anything,
already together and they have kids.
It could be looked at.
Lois and Clark was funny.
Lois and Clark was funny. I haven't watched the show yet, but it could be. I was going to say it could almost maybe looked at as the extension of, because they were going to have a kid, and that's when the show ended, right? Script, if I remember.
Yeah, well, yeah, they the series finale of season 4 was a baby showed up on their doorstep, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And the season 5 rumor was that child was from the Kryptonians that were introduced in the first half of that season 4, and then it would end in season 5 with Lois being pregnant. And that's what that was their plan.
Yeah, I was going to say I heard they were going to get her having babies.
Yeah, and then Toxic Man Flu says, I ate breakfast and lunch while listening to this stream.
I need some lunch.
Well, dinner's coming up.
Yeah, same here.
Paul, brace yourself. Also, am I the only one who sees a man French kissing a yellow elephant in Paulie's logo?
Oh shit! I didn't till now, and I can't unsee it.
The same with me.
No.
It's like the elephant sticking his fucking trunk down the stairs. Like, I'll save you from choking. He's like, ah!
Wow. Well, who is that again?
Who that is?
Was
That
super chat?
that was Toxic Man Flu.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, Toxic.
He's done it now. I can't unsee it.
Damn it! Now I know.
The horror is that, you know what? Me too. Now I can't.
Maybe it's time for a new logo.
Yeah, let's get one with Polly with a sombrero leaning against the wall.
That's a nice one.
Got a cigarette or cigar in his hand, just looking all cool.
Yeah, that's not.
Or just like a silhouette of somebody
anyway,
like
stereotypical.
Well, no, I mean
completely stereotypical. Just make it a
slant,
taco,
right? You're on a slant.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
No, I'm kidding.
I didn't say wear a poncho.
There you go.
Go with what maybe Script's saying, but nothing I say.
There's my Dia de los Muertos from last November.
That's actually pretty cool. Good job.
Oh, nice one.
There.
Very nice.
How was my Spanish there?
Say it again.
No, I can't because see, I can't when I'm not trying. I can do it. I can do it just fine, but that's part of
Dia de los Muertos. Yeah. And that's
anyway, moving on. Durao On says for €5, I've worked for AT&T Internet and Phone before. They are super sensitive when it comes to customer feedback. People should start calling them about Warner. Now that's a good idea. If people start calling them and complaining about Warner, that's actually going to make a difference. So yeah, you heard it here first. If you
record all those calls, yeah.
Yeah, and if you want change to happen, call AT&T and tell them that Warner is really damaging their business, and you are having second thoughts about Snyder Cut everything because of Warner. They're going to listen to that, actually, because they're actually about pleasing the customer, because they're not in Hollywood, where the customer isn't an enemy. So, yeah. And the DCV Titan says AT&T playing the Game of Thrones while Warner is busy playing the Game of Tyrants. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. And Fortunato says for $5, here's some tortilla money for Mexican Iron Man. Good job, guys. Thanks for the entertainment. Oh, well, thank you for enjoying it. And Super Nate says Andy Signor is loving this. Well, I haven't checked in with him, but yeah, we'll see. And Terran the Black says, unfortunately, I think the best course of action for the fandom is to stream the Snyder Cut. Meanwhile, support new IPs as well. And Ron W says, I now no longer am really mad at Zack. I think he was forced, and I think Warner got Netflix to also pressure because they all think the same. Which and this is what gave Zack no choice. I think that Zack didn't have much choice in any matches. I don't think that he's allowed to come back and make any corrections. I really don't. And then into some newer super chats. Let's see if we can bring them up on screen. Eric Sullivan said for $15, how about Yellowbeard, a synthesis of Cheech and Chong with Monty Python? By the way, congrats, Paulie, on 1K. Brindemos. And Jedi 6 says say it one more time.
Brindimos. Cheers.
Brindimos.
Like a salute.
Okay.
Yeah, like fuerza, that's strong. Yeah, that's a stronger salute.
Brindimos. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll look forward to doing a brindimos with some tequila when I get to East LA one of these days.
I mean that would be everything, Andre and Tom. All you guys would come to LA, and we will take care. You see how we always take care of our people? We had Close Call Kid in here yesterday. Cameron Pasha came over the house a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Let's do it, guys.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Anytime, Script Doctor.
Well, it's been almost 2 years now since I've been able to get out there because of the lockdowns and everything.
Yeah, honestly, the city's back to normal. It's people have, but a lot of people that haven't stopped working. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. And Jedi 6 says, play Tom's song. Hashtag cancel Tom. And
I think we'll play it here in a
Phoenix
little bit.
wonders if are we still going? And yeah, we are for the time being, but we'll see how much longer. And Alex Acerra says, I enjoyed it. What are the updates on the Snyder-verse? I arrived late. Well, there's very few real updates, and Warnermedia just threw a huge wrench into things, but I don't think anything is going to be decided until next week when they have the real numbers. So we will see then. And Starred Fury says, I know Diego Flores. We both attended Chapman University Dodge College Film School back in 2010. Great guy. It's awesome to see people
Small
meet
world.
each other here in these streams. That's really cool. And then I think that then we are caught up. No, I take that back. We're not caught up because Master Clockwork just said, this is the stream that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some
Sherry
people
Lewis,
started
man.
saying it, not knowing what it was.
That's a Sherry Lewis reference.
Singing it forever just because this is the stream that doesn't end.
There's you missed Tiberius Monk.
Did we miss one from Tiberius?
Yeah, just before Master Clockwork.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, yeah.
3 cheers for Polly. Hip, hip. Hooray. Congratulations once again on hitting 1K.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Congrats, sir.
Felicidades.
Felicidades. Thank you, Tiberius. Thank you, guys.
For that, you deserve a song.
Oh, yes. God, it's got to be your song.
It's got to be my song. So what do you say, Andre?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, here's the song. I'm going to share the link in the chat for the iTunes if you guys want to get it. It's 99 cents. Help a brother out. Earthquaking, booty shaking, let's get this fucker started. High class, big brass, pretty little lions in a row. No cash, so crass, wrap it up in a bow. I'm so heavy, my head hangs low. When you gonna tell me what you don't know? The whole world's gone crazy, but that's okay now. Don't worry, baby, I won't fade away. Get down on your knees today, but I don't want you to pray. No, no, no. Everything I wear looks like shit on me, but baby, I look good on you. Maybe if I knew just what to say, then maybe you'd know what to do. First glance, last chance, lust at first sight. No finance, no romance, who will win the fight? It's a tug of war with the heart all night. But if we get a happy ending, we'll be alright. No promises, no demands, you're in command. But I can change the rule just like you can. If you don't like it, then there's the door. Will that be credit, cash, check, or money order? Everything I wear looks like shit on me, but baby, I look good on you. Maybe if I knew just what to say, then maybe you'd know what to do. Now. Why? All right. Well, you can hear the full song on Mead, and you can get the song right there in that little
What a
link
tease.
there. Well, I figured we don't need to be here for another minute and a half listening to that shit. A song for the sheets. I like that.
That's clever.
Yeah. Which concert costs 45 cents, 50 cents with Nickelback? That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. That's a dad joke right there. Ram bam jam 3,000. All right, kids. What do you say we do some koalas in the rain and we get up on out of here?
Sounds like a plan.
I think I'm supposed to go talk some Snyder Cut with Mr. H if he's still going.
Oh yeah, he's about to begin. So he's
yeah.
going to be sweating bullets waiting for us. So just go on, head on over to Mr. H Reviews.
I don't want to talk about
some more Snyder Cut and stuff like that, and then of course come back later for the Ladies of Toxic Femininity. I'm sure they'll talk some Snyder Cut and related matters as well.
I'm hoping this is the last time I got to talk about this movie, but we'll see.
Yeah, you wish. I foresee a huge conflict between Warnermedia and AT&T brewing. So yeah,
me too. That's why I got a headache. Eric O'Sullivan coming in clutch at the last second says, "By the way, Jenna Nicholson called for EBS's deplatforming on Twitter. I saw that. Does this matter? She's got a huge channel. They're going to keep coming for EBS and Quartering and all the others. It does matter. Will it do anything? I don't know. We'll see. I really don't think that a lot of here's the thing is a lot of the YouTubers I know have checked in and done certain things to make sure that fail safes are made, but you never know. It's one of those things where, even EBS was joking about waking up, and not so much joking because he was being honest about waking up and his channel being gone possibly. So like you never, ever know. Luckily for some people, they've got backup things and things taken care of, and they'll be all right without a channel, but you never know. Other than that, I didn't want to leave on such a down note, so we'll leave with some koalas in the rain. Anybody else have anything to say before we go? Besides, check out Echo Base Network, Latino Slant, Script Doctor.
Thanks for watching and being with us for this epic Midnight's Edge in the morning.
They're all epic all of a sudden. They're all the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night celebration.
That's right.
Gonna give the money to Jeffrey Rivas. I got other surprise guests coming in as well.
Why some sauce? All right, kids.
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koalas in the rain.